In a world where magic exists, there are 4 continents, 20 nations, and many different species. In Hondil, after the Age of Myths and Swords, the current era is known as the Age of Magic, having developed magic extensively. Despite this advanced magical civilization, the political system remains feudal, with kings and nobles, so class divisions still prevail. The current era of magic is also called the Golden Age of Hondil. On December 29, 1999 of the magical century, one day before the new century began, the will of a supreme mage named Manuel Lucas was revealed, turning the world upside down. The old mage announced that he had hidden his power, knowledge, and wealth somewhere in the world, and that anyone who wished could claim his ownerless destiny. Manuel Lucas, the supreme mage who had ushered Hondel into its golden age of magic and who was also an archduke of the Bramp Empire, held the title of the sole Ninth Circle Lord Mage. Upon hearing this message, citizens of all backgrounds set out to find his legacy. Some said Lucas's destiny lay in the Dragon Wastes. Others claimed his treasures were hidden in the allied nation of Elysia, known as a tax haven, and there were even rumors of Manuel Lucas's sky fortress at the center of the world. Regardless for science, nationality, species, or social status, everyone sought the Archmage's destiny. Yet for 20 years, despite countless expeditions, no one found a single clue, and the mystery endured. One day, a man broke into a sweat when the system before him confirmed that he had acquired Manuel Lucas's destiny, and he was ecstatic at this revelation. It was the magical century year 2007, at Lawrence Castle. The steward, Mordamo, asked young Master Adrian if he intended to resume his studies. Adrian said yes, but Mordamo insisted he didn't have to. The boy replied that he had a book he liked and would go find it later. Adrian Lawrence, the second son of Viscount Lawrence, believes himself to be a reincarnated soul remembering his past life, though nothing especially remarkable happened then. In his final moments, he died in an accident when his military truck overturned, just 1 month before his discharge. Yet when he opened his eyes, he was in the Republic of Korea no more. He had been transported to the Kingdom of Hade, reborn as Adrian Lawrence of a common noble family. Confused at first, Adrian soon realized that his past experiences gave him a great advantage. He loved learning and excelled much earlier than his peers. His instructors praised him as exceptional. He gained recognition from those around him and met his father's expectations all at once. But such success also bred jealousy, and Adrian realized that despite Hondel's advanced civilization far beyond 20th century Earth, his earthly knowledge was of limited use. The only thing he could do was continually improve his own value, so he kept up his genius act. But life isn't easy enough to navigate by effort alone. Adrian remembered the day he was eating with his mother and suddenly fell from his chair. He'd been poisoned. He was only 7, and the doctor said he was lucky. If treatment had been delayed even a little, he would have died. People wondered who was responsible, but Adrian knew the culprit immediately. When he was ill, someone entered his room and asked him anxiously if he realized how worried she was. Frightened, he looked up and saw that woman, Anna Lawrence, his father's legal wife. The high lineage of the Lawrence family made Adrian's humble origin and the fact that he was not the first wife's son uncomfortable for her, especially since he had caught the attention of the family's patriarch. After recovering from the poisoning, Adrian was filled with rage. Despite how advanced this world was, the political system was still extremely backward. Condemning Anna without concrete evidence was impossible. What frustrated him the most was that his father didn't react at all. It was clear Anna was the prime suspect. That's when Adrian understood his father was turning a blind eye and pretending not to know the truth, all in order to preserve the family's reputation. From that moment on, Adrian stopped acting like a genius. About 10 years later, on May 1, 2019, Adrian was now 20 years old. He went to the same cafe he always visited. The staff asked each other if they recognized him and commented that he was the second son of the Lawrence family. Although he didn't look like a noble, he looked like a regular person. One of the staff told them to shut up and asked if she could help him. Adrian asked why he couldn't find any Chronica Online point cards. The attendant said the store policy had changed and now point cards could only be purchased at the counter. She asked how many he wanted, and he replied, all of them. After he left, the 2 employees thanked him for the purchase. The supervisor scolded the worker and reminded him that losing the favor of a noble could result in punishment. The male attendant, still puzzled, asked why someone like Adrian would come to the store personally when he could just send a servant. The woman replied that she didn't know either and was also surprised the first time he came in. The man asked how often he visited, and she said 2 or 3 times a month. Judging by that, he must really be a fan of the game. Adrian thought to himself that he had just spent 5 million WS1 on game point cards, about 5 million Korean won. Back at home, one of the guards informed Adrian that they had received a call saying young Master Cedric was visiting the residence, which annoyed Adrian greatly. At home, Adrian's mother, Sylvia Lawrence, asked where he had gone, but before he could answer, someone interrupted, asking if he was wandering the estate on foot and if he'd lost his mind. That person was Cedric Lawrence, Adrian's older half-brother, 23 years old, 3 years older than him. Adrian thought Cedric was incredibly annoying. Cedric started berating him, saying that, as the son of a noble, he should care about the family's reputation and not act like a commoner. But Adrian thought to himself that he didn't care about reputation. Cedric was only respected because of his noble status. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to take care of himself. Adrian stayed quiet, knowing that if he argued back, it would drag on. Instead, he simply said that he had acted carelessly and would be more mindful next time. Cedric, still arrogant, said being a half-blood commoner was nothing to be proud of. Adrian asked what he was doing there. Cedric replied that their father wanted him to take over a business, specifically a fars distribution enterprise, something Adrian had likely heard about. Adrian thought that noble families in Hondel, by Earth standards, were a powerful mix of conglomerates and politicians involved in many industries. The fars distribution business was a key source of income tied to the mining sector, one of the industries managed by the Lawrence family. He understood now why Cedric had suddenly appeared. Adrian said he understood, but he would refuse the offer. Cedric, mocking him, said that Adrian understood quickly. Adrian then told him that if his business was done, he could leave now, because he had just spent a lot of money on his games. Cedric was shocked, laughed, and told him that it was better for someone like him to be a nobody. Adrian's mother, worried, asked if he would be okay. He said yes, staying out of family matters was safer. He thought back to how, ever since the poisoning incident, he had abandoned his genius image and isolated himself, minimizing contact even with his vassals. Maybe it was because his father had no interest in a concubine's son who no longer acted like a prodigy. Thanks to this attitude, Adrian hadn't faced any more life-threatening situations. For 10 years he had lived in the shadows, keeping a low profile. People in the mansion called him a game addict. There were even rumors that he had once been a genius, but now spent all his time gaming. Most of the servants under his authority were under the influence of the official wife, Anna, allowing her to speak freely in the household. Back in his room, Adrian picked up a VR headset. As he put it on, he thought to himself that everyone believed he was using games to escape reality, but they were completely wrong. Once inside the game, he completed Phase 1 of the Destiny mission and began syncing his character with his real-world body. Adrian thought that if someone wanted to monitor him, they'd have to do it in the virtual world too, because Chronica Online's abilities reflected directly into reality. He remembered that 10 years ago, while attending the Royal Academy, he had researched Manuel Lucas for a class assignment. That's when he stumbled upon something unexpected, a clue related to Lucas's family that, no matter how he looked at it, strongly resembled a certain word, Brazil. The word was Y, which made Adrian wonder how English could exist in this world. That led him to speculate that maybe Manuel Lucas was also from Earth. However, he told himself he couldn't jump to conclusions based on that alone. It could just be a coincidence. But it didn't take long for him to confirm that Archia Lucas was in fact from Earth. Adrian discovered that shortly before his death, Lucas had uttered a few final words expressing a wish to walk the beaches of California with Mary one more time. Although Adrian wasn't familiar with those place names, he had never heard of them before. This was the story of a great man and couldn't be ignored. The names written in the records by the butler who stayed with Lucas until his final moments confirmed Adrian's suspicion. This was no mere coincidence. The great Archduke of Hondel was an Earthling, just like Adrian. There was solid evidence proving his earthly origin. Lucas named his inventions using Earth-related names. For instance, he named an aura condensation device Washington, and called the first virtual reality device Hollywood. So Adrian used the knowledge from his past life on Earth to search for the destiny Lucas had left behind. He spent years searching and in the end finally found Manuel Lucas's destiny. Excited, Adrian exclaimed that he had finally done it. Now from this point on he could walk a path of flowers. But to his surprise, obtaining that destiny was far from easy. He had to fight numerous monsters, and since the virtual reality world was linked to his physical body, he felt real pain. He realized that after obtaining Lucas's destiny, his true suffering had only just begun. He wondered whether he could truly fight without fear, since the destiny of Archduke Lucas had been hidden in an unexpected location within the online world. In other words, within the virtual world Adrien called his own. Even though the virtual world was created to be as detailed as reality, a game was still a game. Usually he couldn't fully feel it because it was filtered, but in his case he felt real pain and struggled every time he fought. This was a seemingly impossible story to acquire Manuel Lucas's destiny. He had to synchronize the game with real life. Who would ever believe him if he told them that? At that moment, a goblin appeared and attacked him. Adrien managed to dodge, counterattacked, and defeated it. That was how he reached level 10. Now he could change his class and had officially completed the first stage of the Destiny quest. He was then transported to a secret space by the main god Ariel. After receiving several notifications, Adrien thought to himself that he had finally reached level 10 and completed stage 1. Basically, the abilities from Chronica Online were now reflecting into real life. Everything he earned in the game would transfer to reality. Suddenly, a door appeared behind him, and a prompt asked if he wanted to go to the second floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower. Adrien replied, "Of course," and opened the door. Inside was a gigantic library, very different from the empty first floor. There were many bookshelves filled with books. In the corner, he saw a treasure chest. When he opened it, he received 5 billion lote and was prompted to input his account number to receive the deposit. Adrien thought that finally, a prize that felt like a real reward had appeared, but even though he couldn't claim all that money in reality, the true value of the destiny wasn't the wealth, it was the magic circle he obtained. He had now changed his class to a mage, and the magic circle had perfectly bound to his real body. The system warned him not to log out, as his synchronized body could suffer serious damage if disconnected by force. He realized that up until now he thought the MP bar shown alongside HP was just mana, but he had never actually felt mana in real life. Now, with the creation of the magic circle, he could clearly feel the presence of mana in his chest. It hadn't been an easy process. This, he realized, was the true power of destiny, the synchronization between the game and the real world. Now that he had formed the first circle, he wondered if he could learn a technique that complemented it. When he reached for a book, a window appeared asking if he wanted to view the materials. Adrien thought it was very convenient, not needing to flip through all the books manually. It was just what you'd expect from the greatest mage in the world, Manuel Lucas. After a while, however, he began suffering from a splitting headache. While learning skills and magic just by touching books was convenient in games, the process of embedding those principles into his mind was extremely painful and uncomfortable. At last, he reached the final book, the Magic Circle Concealment Manual, which allowed him to hide the mana circle he now possessed. Adrien thought this skill was exactly what he needed most right now, and it was as if Manuel Lucas had known his situation. He acquired the skill but collapsed to the ground from the pain. He thought that honestly he hadn't had high expectations when it came to the destiny of Manuel Lucas. All he really wanted was to live a peaceful life with his mother, free of complications, and he would do whatever it took to achieve that. The next day, during a training session on the mansion grounds, a knight commented, "He's got more stamina than usual." Adrien asked, "You really think so?" The knight named Vice said that honestly he was surprised when Adrien said he wanted to train in swordsmanship. Adrien replied that his body had been feeling heavier lately and thought to himself truthfully, he thought that training his body in real life might help him in the game. But setting that aside, he could now feel the mana circle and his stamina improving. It seemed that improvements in his in-game stats were also having an effect in the real world. In other words, the skills he could use in the game were also usable in real life, which was insanely overpowered. Fortunately, he was able to solve the problem of hiding his mana circle from knights sensitive to mana using the mana circle concealment ability. A knight then asked him if something good had happened. Adrien replied that he had gotten a good item in the game. The others training nearby commented, saying, as expected from a gaming addict, and Vice is a freak for helping a weakling like him. Vice got angry and told them they were being too rude. Adrian simply asked him not to worry about it and thought to himself how grateful he was that Vice got mad on his behalf. But in truth, it was all an act. He needed to avoid the pathetic looks from Anna and Cedric. Being ignored as a useless bastard was actually the best-case scenario for him now. Once again, he returned to his room and logged into the game. Now that he had confirmed his real-world stats were linked with his in-game ones, what he needed most was to create a guild. That way, he could gain more money and more skills in the future. He remembered someone once told him that the most important power in this game was the power of your wallet. So he began purchasing various items, potions, stat boosts, blessings of the goddess protection, increased XP, and many other buffs. Then a new window popped up, saying he could now summon a supporter. He wondered, what do they mean by supporter, and guessed that it must be due to his low stamina. Having a support character would help him grow. To summon a supporter, he needed to use XP points, the same ones required for leveling up. But since he planned to play in a team, it wasn't a waste. He decided to select a high-tier warrior as his tank. He didn't care about the cost. When he clicked to summon, several supporter characters appeared. He thought it was very similar to the strange Korean games he had seen. He spent 30 million WS but didn't find any character he liked. Then he was surprised to see one of the supporters, Archia, the Steel Celestial. She was a defense-specialized support character with a protective shield ability called God's Shield. He wondered if this was the first time he'd seen a support like that. Maybe she was an undiscovered character. Her class was Unique Angel, and she had excellent skills. He was then asked whether he would like to register Archia, the Steel Celestial, as his supporter. He said yes. Emma explained to him that once the character was registered, no changes could be made, and asked him to confirm again. He confirmed and registered Archia. A grand visual effect displayed her character, and she appeared right before his eyes, a tanker with a massive shield named Archia, the Steel Celestial. Adrian commented that her facial expression looked like that of a golem in a human body. He then headed straight to the battlefield with Archia and tested her skills. She was incredibly effective at defense, while he just kept casting the magic missile spell. In that short period of fighting alongside her, he reached level 20. The hunt was going far more smoothly than he had expected. Even though some of his XP was being transferred to her, he didn't feel any major difference. Then, a new window appeared, notifying him that he had been playing the game for 15 hours straight. The system asked him to please log out and rest. So he logged out, returned to his room, and said that today had been really good. He decided to take a nap, and once he woke up, planned to go to the training room. But to his surprise, he sensed someone standing right behind him. When he turned around, he saw Arius, the Steel Celestial, had transferred into the real world. Startled, he asked, "What the hell are you doing here?" She replied, "I am my master's support." But he said that wasn't what he meant. What he really wanted to know was how she had left the game. She said, "Ah, I understand now. You must be curious about how I can maintain my presence in reality." He answered, yes, and thought to himself that, judging by how she could distinguish between the game and the real world, she clearly understood his situation. She then explained that she was a homunculus, essentially an android, and her creator was Sir Manuel Lucas. Her appearance and combat characteristics were predetermined by her master based on the concept of the Steel Celestial. Adrian thought to himself, so in other words, she's one of Sir Lucas's legacies. She confirmed that. He cursed in his head, thinking, damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have chosen a better support, someone more versatile than her. He asked if her stats were the same as in the game. To his surprise, she replied, yes, the restricted stats will recover once I meet the quest level requirements. At the moment, I believe my stats are equivalent to those of a Grandmaster. That left Adrian stunned. A Grandmaster was on par with an 8th Circle Mage, the strongest tier on the continent. Even in the Hayward Kingdom, the highest recognized rank for mages was the 7th Circle. There were only 8 8th Circle mages in the entire world. He asked himself, how did Manuel Lucas create a monster like this? Still, it was reassuring to have a trustworthy companion who obeyed only his commands. Now the problem was how to hide this girl. He asked her where she had been before she showed up there, and whether it was possible to take her back into the game. She answered that she had been in a suspended state. She explained that she had been waiting in a maintenance warehouse in Evero, a holy city. She had been transmitted through the game's management server, and such transmissions were only possible during the initial dispatch. After that, if she wanted to return to the maintenance warehouse, she would have to go back on her own. Adrien asked if she had any stealth or magical concealment abilities. She replied that, being a warrior class, she didn't have any stealth skills, but she could use mana concealment. He asked her to show him. When she activated her mana concealment ability, the protective shield embedded in her armor disappeared along with her mana signature. Fortunately, just like him, she had the ability to conceal her mana so she wouldn't be detected by the knights. That was exactly what he needed. He commented that it seemed he had no other option, and since his reputation was already one of the worst, he didn't care anymore. The next day, he casually walked around the mansion with her as if nothing was unusual. The servants whispered that Master Adrien was openly bringing a woman into the mansion. Some of the maids even claimed they had seen her and Master Adrien in his room, and they all wondered who that girl could be. When he went to speak with his mother, she was overjoyed and asked when he was going to marry, saying that the girl was very lovely. Embarrassed, he ran off and returned to his room to continue doing missions. Eventually, he reached level 30. Looking at his status window, he thought that pretending to be a young, mature master who brought an exotic guest into the mansion was the best way to keep people from suspecting Archia's true nature. He then asked her what happened to her real-world body when she was connected to the game. She said it switched to energy-saving mode, meaning it was essentially resting. However, the monitoring function would remain active for her master's protection. He asked if that meant she could alert or respond to him immediately if something happened outside. She confirmed, saying exactly. Before they could think any further, the next phase of their quest began. They had to fight an orc warrior named Kant. Adrien received the mission notification, Fate Mission Stage 2, Defeat the Orc Warrior Kant. The huge orc told Adrien that he could become someone special if he managed to kill him here. A warning window appeared stating that consumable items such as bombs and scrolls were prohibited during this battle. Adrien thought, so items that make hunting easier are banned. Looks like Manuel Lucas wants his disciple to grow stronger through raw skill alone. He called Archia and told her they were going to take down this orc. When the orc charged to attack, Archia raised her shield and blocked the massive blow. The monster seemed confused. While the orc was distracted, Adrien activated magic missile and launched it straight into the orc's eyes, scoring a critical hit. He thought to himself that thanks to his improved physical condition and high-quality equipment, the power of his magic missile surpassed that of a basic first circle spell. If this orc was a monster of the same level, it should be easy to defeat him. But to his surprise, the orc drew a sword and tried to finish him off. Archia managed to defend in time. Adrien shouted, "This is crazy." The orc, even blinded, kept charging at him without hesitation. He realized that the orc's HP bar hadn't even dropped to half yet. The orc began unleashing a flurry of blows at the two of them. Adrien thought he would die if even one of those hits landed. He was grateful that Archia was by his side. He admitted to himself that he would be lying if he said he didn't get nervous seeing such a powerful enemy coming straight at him. He had already died once, so he wasn't taking any chances. He activated Earth Shatter and a hole opened beneath the orc, causing him to fall into it. After knocking the orc down, Adrien reminded himself that at this level, he couldn't let fear get in the way. He had to clear this stage. He told Archia to let the orc stand again and then continued to launch attacks from various angles. After a long and intense battle, the orc warrior Kant finally dropped to 50% HP. Adrien muttered, "This guy is seriously persistent. It would have been better to drop the sword and use some floor techniques." As the orc charged at him once again, Adrien activated another magic missile and finally defeated the orc warrior, completing Stage 2 of the Fate mission. A notification appeared, conditions met to unlock the next area of the magic tower. The third floor of Manuel Lucas's tower has been opened. That night, in the office of Viscount Lawrence, the viscount stood by the window deep in thought. Someone entered the room and asked what he was thinking about, calling him darling. It was Adrien's father, Heiferd Lawrence, and the woman was his wife, Anna Lawrence, his first wife. She asked why he was alone at that hour of the night. She wondered if it had something to do with the rumors that Adrien had brought a commoner woman into the mansion. Viscount Lawrence handed her a letter. Upon reading it, she realized it was a military summons. Tensions with the Crocan Empire had escalated, and there was now a strong possibility of war. Each territory had been instructed to gather their local forces. Viscount Lawrence had been ordered to join the Western Command with 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. Anna was shocked. She asked if he was considering sending Cedric, but she then pleaded, "Please send Adrien instead. He just plays games all day and does nothing else. As a member of the Lawrence family, shouldn't he start doing his part?" Then, his father asked if, after leaving Adrien alone all this time, she now wanted him to suddenly become important. She replied that it was he who made that choice and that, until now, Adrien had been enjoying the privileges of nobility to the fullest. His father asked if she truly believed that. She questioned what he meant by that, but he simply stared at her in silence. Then he said that Cedric was the heir to the territory and that he would ensure she and her stepfather would no longer be troubled by anything going forward. She should just follow his decisions now, something that greatly surprised her. He told her that, as she herself had suggested earlier, he would send Adrien to the battlefield this time. However, once Adrien returned, he would make him completely independent. He also hoped that neither Adrien nor Sylvia would be in danger in the future. This would include surveillance and secret investigations. He asked her if that would be enough for her and then told her to stop interfering to let Adrien be free. The next morning, Adrien was training with a knight. The man remarked that Adrien's physical strength had improved drastically, thanks to their daily training. He said he could hardly believe such quick progress. If he had worked this hard in his own youth, he might have become a great man. But Adrien knew that his improvement came mostly from reaching level 30 and clearing the second stage of the Fate mission. The reward from the mission had been excellent, and most importantly, he had received a large sum of money and successfully formed his second magical circle. It was like having an inventory system in a game, his own treasure chest to hide items whenever necessary. If used well, it could serve more than just storage purposes. In fact, the game's stats had real-world effects. With enough effort, he could become a magician with the physical abilities of a knight. If he could fully absorb the stats granted by fate, he could become a monster far more terrifying than Archmage Lucas. Just then the butler arrived and called out to Adrien, informing him that his lordship had summoned him to the castle. Adrien was surprised and wondered why they were calling him now. Some time passed, and Adrien was now in the Lawrence castle, standing in the office of the family patriarch. He wondered why he had been summoned, but before anything could be said, his older brother Cedric began shouting at their father, demanding to know why that guy was being sent to represent the family on the battlefield. Their father explained that Cedric was the family's sole heir and he could not allow him to go to such a dangerous place. Adrien's mother then asked the father if he was saying that Adrien was less precious than the other son. Was the patriarch admitting there was a difference in value between them? Adrien realized he had been summoned just to hear this, which made him incredibly angry. Still, it wasn't entirely bad for him. He thought that anyone could enter the game as long as they had a headset, and since he was merely a stand-in for the heir, no one would dare mess with him. The most important thing now was to leave as quickly as possible to escape Anna's constant surveillance. He said he understood and that he would represent the family in battle. His father thanked him. Cedric, however, said he wouldn't say anything further since it was their father's decision, but warned that he wouldn't remain silent if Adrien brought shame to the family. Adrien found that amusing, his older brother who was staying home to rest warning him, the younger sibling who was heading off to battle. He thought Cedric had been coddled far too much as a child. Adrien said he would do his best, but before he left, the patriarch asked to speak with him privately. Adrien noted how the man asked the guards to leave and wondered what he wanted to say to him alone. His father began by saying that, if this operation went well, he would relocate Adrien and Sylvia to the royal capital. Adrien should consider it a reward for going in Cedric's place. There, he would be able to live freely, without interference from anyone. Adrien thought to himself that even when he was far from Anna's sight, she still hated him. He asked if his father had truly allowed this, yet, deep down, he still didn't fully trust the man. Still, he said he understood and would think about it. His father asked if he didn't trust him, and Adrien replied that it wasn't about trust. It was more like he needed to survive the battlefield first before he could truly consider the offer. His father agreed and handed him something. When Adrien took it, his father explained it was a Class 5 artifact with an S-class shield, extremely useful in battle, especially since teleportation was not allowed there. Adrien knew that artifacts like this were incredibly valuable, so he thanked his father. The man told him he would need to stay sharp if he wanted to survive. As Adrian turned around, he noticed Cedric and Anna glaring at him with threatening auras. Of course, he thought, they would be watching. The patriarch told him not to worry about Sylvia and to relax when he was out there. Adrian thought back to when someone had tried to poison him at the age of 7. His father's reaction had been deeply disappointing, and he had let Adrian down many times. Still, surrounded by enemies, the only person Adrian could rely on now was his own father. So he said that he would trust him, but only this one time. Later, back in his office, the patriarch was nursing a bad headache. He activated a ring that eased his pain and thought about Adrian. He had known ever since the poisoning incident that Adrian was only pretending to be stupid. Meanwhile, at Adrian's mansion, he asked his mother not to worry so much, reminding her that he could take care of himself. She replied that if they hurt him after sending him to the battlefield, she didn't know what she would do. Adrian said that it would actually be good for him. The more crimes they committed, the easier it would be to eliminate all of them. This shocked his mother, and she asked what he meant by that and how he could speak that way. If anyone overheard them, they'd be punished. But Adrian replied that Archia was standing guard outside the door. He says that he's not just getting beaten up like before since it's almost over. He asks her to please wait just a little longer, because when he comes back, everything will definitely change. Now, 2 days later, in the military convoy of Lin's, the butler Hamin asks who that young lady is. Ed asks him if he doesn't recognize Archia, and the butler says he's heard about their relationship, but he's heading to the battlefield and isn't so sure about bringing a lover along. Inside the conference room on the levitation train, Adrian says they'll still need to discuss Archia. He thinks that he can't leave her behind because she will save him if things go wrong, especially now that she has recently leveled up significantly and her attributes are close to those of an official knight. He still needs to improve his survival tactics. He spent 200 million in just 2 days of gaming and completed the 3rd level of the Luck Encounter quest with money. Now, he is about to reach the 4th stage. The rewards for the 3rd level each cost 100 billion. He obtained an omnipotent healing potion and 3 vials of elixir, which are now stored in his pocket dimension. He thinks it's the perfect reward for this situation, and he can't waste any more time there. He gets up and says he will rest in his room. He asks them to send a message when something happens. The others wonder what he's going to do, and he bluntly says he's going to play a bit, asking if that's a problem, which surprises everyone. One of them says that the rumors were true, which leaves her somewhat surprised, thinking that guy is a vanguard. He recalls that vanguards are a special force equipped with power armor and power swords. They are the centerpiece of war and are a key factor in evaluating a nation's military strength. That man asks Adrian if he's sure about what he's doing, warning that he'll be seen as an incompetent commander if he continues, especially since his reputation isn't great. He even brought a girl to war and now says he's just going to play games. He understands bringing the girl since she's quite beautiful, but someone interrupts and addresses him as Mr. Dalton, telling him to be careful with his words, which scares Dalton. This man then turns to Adrian and says that his subordinate has crossed the line and apologizes. He is another vanguard, the vice leader of the Knights, Bilon. He says that a long journey like this is meant to pass the time. Adrian thinks that his expression doesn't seem like someone who truly wishes to apologize. The guy says there's no reason to care about the opinion of a mere subordinate. Adrian turns his back and just asks to be notified when they arrive. Back in his room, he finally enters the game world and is already fighting a giant lizard. He uses a potion to activate the salamander's tears attack. He says it's really expensive, but 3,000 true damage without configuration is worth it. He accepts that without hesitation. He then receives a notification that he has reached level 80 and that the main god Ariel will now take him to the secret room. Upon arrival, he realizes that this is the mission for the 4th level Demleet. The Demleet, in Earsy, has 32,000 HP and is a monstrous elite. He welcomes Adrian as his prey. Adrian thinks that he must complete the 4th level before they reach the western headquarters, in order to unlock the 5th floor of the Tower of Manuel Lucas. He reads the monster's name and realizes it is the Demleet. Class monsters are hard to kill, but this one seems dumb and slow. However, the monster activates the stone curse and then ice spears. The spell passes through Archia and heads straight for Adrian. He realizes the monster used magic before they even took their positions, and that the arena won't be able to help him here, so he has to dodge. But before he can, he is hit and starts screaming in pain. The elite starts laughing, saying he can hear Adrian's bones being crushed and his flesh being ripped apart. Adrian thinks this is a nightmare and regrets not dodging. He can't think straight from the pain. The monster's laughter is also incredibly annoying. It reminds him his older brother's laugh. As Adrian tries to get up, the leader tells him to stay down and activates a fireball, but both Adrian and Archia dodge it and charge at him. To the elite's surprise, Adrian uses a healing ability and tells Archia not to let him cast another spell. He thinks the best way to fight elite without a priest is to use equipment with holy attributes. The lit starts screaming as Adrian confirms that holy attributes are the best strategy to beat him up. The elite asks how he's dealing so much damage with just one wand. Then the lit activates a wall of fire and a massive wall appears in front of him. But to his shock, Adrian passes right through it, and with his wand of holy power strikes him in the face, telling him to die, calling him a filthy monster who looks too much like Cedric. After finally defeating the lit, Adrian completes the 4th level of the Luck Encounter mission. He starts screaming in pain again. Adrian remembers that during a fight, adrenaline keeps you from feeling pain, but once it wears off, the pain is unbearable. Archia quickly pulls a potion from her inventory and heals him. Adrian is surprised. A servant accessing their master's inventory on their own shows how truly special she is. He thanks her and says he feels better now. The system then announces that the requirements to unlock the next floor of the tower have been met, and the 5th floor is now unlocked. At the tower of Manuel Lucas, upon arrival, there's another treasure chest. He wants to see what kind of reward he has just received. When he opens it, he finds 500 billion lots, which are immediately sent to his account. He also receives a pair of round glasses. He wonders what kind of glasses they are. They can't be ordinary since they're a gift from Archimage Lucas. He opens the detailed description and sees that these glasses have analysis, observation, clairvoyance, and night vision. They are capable of analyzing the usage, purpose, and status of a living being or object, can see through obstacles, and can see things up to 100 meters away. He's quite surprised to see that this is a very useful item, one that no one would suspect he's carrying. With the mission now complete, the 4th circle is generated. They finally arrive at the Western headquarters, and people around them realize that the 2nd son of the Lawrence family has finally arrived. They had assumed that the older son would be chosen by the Lawrence family. He thinks his name was Cedric or something like that, since he had caught everyone's attention early on due to his talent. So perhaps the one chosen now is the younger son, not Cedric. He heard that Cedric turned into an idiot after ingesting poison. The protagonist confirms that it's true. He's the little boy who was poisoned. The two men say they can't see him as an idiot and that the rumors must be false. They both say it's a pleasure to meet him. The man on the left is Viscount Evans, the head of the local team of this headquarters, and the other is Viscount Miller, the assistant to the team leader. Adrian bows and says it's an honor to meet them both. The leader then asks if his troops consist of 5 vanguards and 50 knights. Adrian confirms and adds that he also has 1,000 soldiers. But the man says he doesn't need to mention the soldiers because this war will be decided by the vanguards alone. The protagonist thinks to himself that they are treating the armed elite like mere tools. Vanguards are monsters that only great sorcerers of the 7th circle or higher can control. Unfortunately, what he says is true, and the protagonist believes that it was Archduke Lucas who created the vanguard system. The assistant then says that the Lawrence army has been organized as the 2nd Independent Brigade under the command of the 3rd Division. Adrian must not forget to meet the division commander, Count Otis, to receive a report. The protagonist thinks he already knows about Count Otis and replies that he understands. After the assistant leaves, Adrian reflects that his army has been organized as a 2nd Independent Brigade, and then he calls everyone to move on. A week passes and he thinks that the best kind of superior is an absent one. When he tried to meet the commander, his assistant said that the commander was traveling from place to place using teleportation, so he couldn't meet him. Adrian thinks that his actions are absurd, but it's great for him, because it means he can play freely without worrying. Just then, Archia calls out to him and says someone has entered his room, which surprises him greatly. He exits the game and sees that it's Mr. Dalton asks what kind of power that girl has. Adrian doesn't understand why he came, but then uses his glasses and sees that Dalton's status is marked as excited. Adrian steps closer and tells him to explain why he is there. Dalton says he was concerned for Adrian's health since he had been playing for a long time, but the girl blocked his way. To Dalton's surprise, Adrian kicks him and asks why he did it. Adrian says he told them to send a message if anything happened and that Archia is always by his side protecting him. Adrian demands a better explanation for why he entered the commander's room without permission, and whether his intent was to kill him. Dalton is shocked and says this is going too far. He asks Adrian if he knows who he is. He's a vanguard. How could he do something like that? Adrian kicks him again and then asks Archia to explain what happened. She says he tried to separate her from Adrian. Adrian asks if she means he tried to take her somewhere, and she says yes. Dalton argues that she is falsely accusing him and asks Adrian if he's really going to believe some random girl over a vanguard. Adrian thinks that this guy is trash and that those knights must have followed him to see what would happen. He says this is a violation of military discipline. In fact, it amounts to mutiny, and that Dalton will be punished accordingly. Adrian then points a dagger at him and tells him to step forward. Dalton, furious, asks if he's serious, and the others in the background beg him to calm down. Adrian thinks that he's not doing this to seem like a good person. He's doing it because he wants to survive. This is a place where Anna can't monitor him, which means he has no reason to hold back. So he stares Dalton down and dares him to come at him. Meanwhile, in Vice Leader Bellon's tent, someone arrives saying that the brigade commander has issued an execution order for Mr. Dalton, and they need to go immediately. Dalton thinks he never expected this from Adrian. They've got a reckless commander now, and he can't just invent an execution order for a vanguard at a time like this. But to his surprise, a dagger suddenly appears right in front of his eyes. He barely manages to grab it and notices it has blood on it. Adrian asks why he didn't react faster. One more second, and he would have been killed. Dalton is now on the ground in immense pain. One of the others asks for context, and Adrian says as far as he knows it goes against knightly morals to harass a woman. He asks the vice leader what he thinks, and the vice leader, clearly furious, demands to know what they've done. He then bows and admits that this happened because of his lack of tact, asking for forgiveness. While stepping on Dawson, he declares that Mr. Dawson is suspended from his position. He orders them to confiscate his armor and imprison him. Additionally, the three others involved will also spend some time in prison for insubordination and complicity. Adrian then says that he is the one in command here and that he's not playing babysitter. The vice leader simply lowers his head. Adrian continues, stating that this is not the county and the fourth ring is made of blood. He orders someone to clean the mess while he goes to rest in the adjacent room. The vice leader comments that Adrian has finally dropped his mask. He smiles slightly, thinking that something interesting has finally happened around here. Once again, the boy locks himself in his room and resumes the game, fighting alongside Archia against more monsters. During the battle, he thinks about how he keeps targeting their weak points, yet they still manage to keep their distance. This is the knight fallen from Zenith, basically the boss of the 5th level. Charging toward them, he yells for them to die. Just as he is about to strike Adrian's neck, Adrian dodges. To the knight's surprise, Archia slams her shield right into his face. At that moment, the boy activates his magic, and strangely the knight smiles. He says that he is merely a stepping stone for Adrian's growth. With that, they defeat yet another enemy, and the 6th floor of the Tower of Manuel Lucas is unlocked. Upon reaching it, Adrian receives 2 trillion lots. He is becoming wealthier by the day. A new bank account is created for him in the Union Bank of Elysia. Adrian reflects that although it's an exaggeration, it's still very gratifying to see. However, he is surprised by 2 new notifications. He sees that he has received several new items: the scepter of Istro, the cloak of Istro, the armor of Istro, the shield of Istro, the short sword of Istro, the sword of Istro, and various other Istro equipment. Archia notes that the cloak and scepter are unique items that only he can use. The rest, he decides, will go to Archia. These are all incredible pieces of equipment, which is expected, considering they were crafted by Archduke Lucas. At that moment, he's informed of an intruder. He returns to reality as someone enters his room and apologizes for the intrusion. Adrian asks what's going on. The soldier explains that he sensed a powerful aura. The protagonist replies that he was just inspecting some artifacts and asks the man not to worry about it. The soldier apologizes again and leaves. Adrian then talks about Mage Lucas, and as he suspected, confirms that this sword is the kind of weapon an elite vanguard would use. The sword is made of mithril and dragon bone. He says that anyone could match a vanguard soldier while wielding this sword, even if just for 15 seconds. Normally, equipment given to vanguard members is enhanced because unlike mana, ore cannot be created and is hard to store. He wonders whether these mage items also have that effect. He takes out the scepter and cloak of Istro and discovers that their special ability is storing aura. Surprised, he finally understands why everyone desires Manuel Lucas's legacy. 2 weeks pass since he was appointed as the family's representative to lead the army at the front against the Season Empire. The atmosphere has been tense with the looming threat of war. At any moment, countless people may give their lives for their country. As he walks around, he notes that ever since the Dalton incident, everyone has been avoiding him and treating him with great respect. But something is peculiar about how Bellon treats him. He always looks at Adrien in a friendly way. Adrien notices that Bellon's status shows curious and cautious, but he doesn't want to deal with that now. Since everyone fears him, he can finally play in peace. Looking to the side, he sees Archia. Her status says happy, and he wonders if it's because they came out for a walk. He questions if he's like some kind of puppy to her. On the outside, it's hard to tell if a homunculus has emotions. He knows almost nothing about her. She barely has a personality. He doesn't know what she likes or dislikes, but almost is the key word. Even if she doesn't express it, he can tell. As he looks at her closely, her status changes to very happy. Later, when they return to the mansion, he tells her he's going out for a bit. She says she understands, but to his surprise, a soldier is staring at him. Adrien asks what the problem is. The soldier asks if they can have a drink together, if he doesn't mind, which surprises Adrien even more. He sees the soldier's status embarrassed and uncomfortable, and he thinks he understands what's going on. Wider asks if it was those guys who sent him to do this. Adrien thinks the soldier must have a reason, but he's not interested at all. He says that if the man has nothing more to say, he's leaving now. But as he's walking away, Adrien stops and asks why he decided to become a knight, surprising the soldier. The man apologizes profusely and promises it won't happen again. He begs not to be sent to prison. Adrien activates his glasses and checks the soldier's status. He sees that the man has an extremely high talent for mana, excellent learning ability, high intelligence, and is gifted in arithmetic. Adrien realizes this is the first time someone other than a homunculus has shown more than 2 talents. He was a rare talent for a mage. Adrien understood why that guy was being mocked by the other knights, but it wasn't his problem. He told him to forgive the others and said it would be much better if he became a mage instead. This surprised the guy a lot. Back in his room, Adrien thought it was a waste and he didn't want to get involved because he didn't want any trouble. But Lopez was practically unique. Even if he couldn't be the best at physical combat, if he combined magic with vanguard equipment, he'd become an excellent spellblade. Of course, talent doesn't guarantee success for anyone, but Lopez had been a knight since he was a child, so his chances were good. If Adrien could train him and place him under his command, it would be excellent. The problem, however, was the Count Alan was a knight from a different county, so Adrien would first have to convince Watts. He thought maybe a little bribery might help. But the truth was, he didn't even know the full extent of Lopez's talents yet. Maybe he was just slightly above average. Still, Adrien needed to start building his own influence, and now he was freer than ever. So he decided that from now on, they'd be busy searching for more and more talented individuals. As that guy walked away, he thought about Adrian's words about commander of the 2nd Brigade, Adrian Lawrence. At first he thought Adrien was just another spoiled noble kid, but when Adrien said he should become a mage, that caught him off guard because he had thought the same thing before. He went to see the commander after being summoned. He thought to himself that rumors aren't always right. Adrien was nothing like the rumors, and that was kind of scary. When he opened the door, he asked if the commander wanted to speak with him, but to his surprise, the one sitting beside Count Watts was none other than Adrian Lawrence. He didn't understand why his lord had called him there. Watts then told him that he probably already knew, but Adrian Lawrence was the representative of the Count from the Lawrence family. From now on, Mr. Lopez was to serve under Mr. Lawrence as his lord, which left Lopez completely stunned. Adrian thought back to something from his past life. When China lost to Korea in a football championship, someone asked, "How can a country with 1.4 billion people not find 11 good players?" Someone replied, "Because the Chinese Messi or Ronaldo is probably out there farming somewhere." Adrian realized that's exactly how it is. No matter how much potential someone has, it doesn't matter if there isn't a system that helps them bring that potential to life. He asked Archia, who would have thought that in this place so many people would be walking the wrong path. A few days later, Adrian recruited several people: Alan Lopes, a third-class knight from Count Watts; Ederson, a peasant laborer and one of the only soldiers capable of playing an instrument, who became a trumpeter; Eric Jones, a bold young man caught trying to sell pornography in the army; Nicholas Brown, and a maid from a neighboring army, Linda Noah. Adrian believed each of them was exceptional, they just never had the chance to show it due to their respective circumstances. Linda Noah approached him and asked why she was there. She said the test had confirmed she couldn't be a mage. Adrian simply replied that the test was wrong. That's all there was to it. Nervously, she said she understood. When Adrian checked her stats, he saw her mana was very high, as were her learning and intelligence. He thought to himself that it had better be worth the $500,000 he spent to bring her there. None of them really understood yet why they were there, but the peasant told the others not to question it, to just trust Mr. Lawrence. When Adrian checked the stats of that peasant, he saw that his physical strength and aura were both high. He had come with Nicholas, who also had a great talent for aura, though he was still a minor. Adrian told them to hurry up and get changed. The front lines were about 100 kilometers away, but they didn't need to worry. Then, Adrian took all of them to one of the most expensive shops in the city. He could tell that most of them felt awkward and out of place, probably because they had never been in a place like that before. Someone walked in and pointed to an outfit, saying they'd take it. Adrian said it was a good choice. Eric Jones thanked him and called him commander. When Adrian checked Eric's stats, he saw that his political negotiation was very high, his administrative capacity was high, and his trait was silver tongue. Adrian thought that while the others were good frontline fighters, Eric was a fighter in politics. His talent was truly impressive. Adrian told them not to worry about the price. They should take whatever they wanted and always aim for the best. He thought to himself that talent means nothing if you don't train it. From now on, they'd start training outside the base, and they'd also be educated. They'd be dressed properly to fit the environment. After everyone received new clothes, they asked Adrian if they'd be living in that giant mansion. Adrian replied that yes, they'd spend most of their time there. The staff had already been assigned. He told them not to worry about daily chores, just to focus on their studies. He'd be paying their monthly salary, and on top of that, they'd receive $20 million monthly and a $240 million annual bonus. But they must not forget the rules of their contract. They were very happy with the money and said they would do their best. Adrian told them that if they proved his intuition was correct, there would be much more money where that came from. However, that kind of result doesn't happen overnight, so they had to give it their all. He added finally that he hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. He hated having to give lectures. They all responded with a firm yes, Commander Adrian. The protagonist thought to himself that these were the best talents he had found. From now on, they would be his personally selected elite. This wasn't a short-term investment, but one day they would thrive. It was a major investment in a bright future. As he walked through the city, he thought that when he returned, he would have to be careful when confronting Cedric. Even with Anna at his side, he also needed to consider his mother. But then, to both their surprise, he suddenly felt something at his back, and Archia quickly grabbed the man by the neck. Adrian calmly greeted the man with a good morning, thinking that he had been getting more and more worried about their safety. He had already spotted several spies lurking around daily. He approached the man, and before the man could say anything, Adrian cut him off, saying he wasn't interested in hearing his words. He asked if the man's brother truly didn't know when to give up. For a rat like him, there was only one way to become useful. Adrian said that stupidity was a dangerous flaw in a spy. He asked how much the man valued his life before throwing him to the ground and telling him to follow orders, and everything would be fine in the end. The spy trembled in fear, sensing Archia's aura. He realized she was an aura specialist, not an ordinary woman. The man claimed he didn't know anything, but after Adrian threatened him, he revealed everything. Adrian asked if he had followed them there since the teleport, with the help of an inside agent. The blonde spy, very nervous, wondered how Adrian knew that. To his surprise, Adrian told him that he already knew everything about him in advance. He had always been one step ahead, not only of him but also of the other spy. Maybe this man could help him stay even further ahead. Adrian was certain that he was only following Cedric's orders, and he felt the man was reluctant to spy on him. The man looked at Archia, visibly nervous. He asked Adrian if he was really planning to go against Master Cedric. Adrian gave him a sly smile, and the man said he couldn't do that. But at that moment, Adrian pointed a dagger at him and told him to save his words. If he feared death, then he must obey Adrian. If he wanted to live, the man responded, "Yes, young master." Adrian smiled and said that's what he liked to hear. Then he asked the man what he thought about working for him instead. He told him not to worry. He would never put him in danger. He always considered himself a merciful man. All he wanted was for him to write false reports. His little friend would be arrested in his place. Adrian asked if he accepted, and the spy said yes. Back in Cedric's office, Cedric wondered how Meltz had been caught. The spy giving his false report said Meltz had been caught trying to enter the commander's quarters. This made Cedric more cautious. He muttered that this was a mess, thinking it happened because he ignored his father's advice not to send spies after Adrian. His father had already scolded him for not being chosen for the army, and now it was too late. Cedric told the spy to keep watching and report everything. The spy, now deceiving young Master Cedric, said he would report everything to him later. Adrian thought that now that he had dealt with another spy, things would get much easier with this man's help. The others were progressing very well. He had recruited another 20 people with some form of talent. Eric and Archia had proven to be very capable of leading the school. Everyone was giving their best, and Adrian knew he couldn't fall behind either. He finally reached level 59 and thought that just one more level and he would become a 6th circle mage, but to his surprise, a message appeared, declaring a state of emergency. He exited the game and asked his subordinate for a report. The subordinate informed him that Imperial combat ships had entered their airspace. They had received orders to remain on standby. War was about to begin. Adrian thought this truly marked the end of the calm before the storm. In the meeting room, they discussed the Imperial Cassing army moving toward them. Count Watts announced that local forces had been ordered to remain still. The troops would be gathered onto the train where they would be dispatched at any moment. All rest and meals would take place on the train. From that point on, spatial coordinate interference would begin. The entire front line bordering the Kayan Empire was almost out of signal. They weren't even to consider using teleportation. It would be suicide. From now on, all personal communication among the troops would be cut off. Except for the colonel and higher ranks, only radio communication would be allowed, and this applied directly to Adrian as well. Watts warned him not to stay in a room without a radio. Then Count Watts stood and told everyone that this was war, and they had to be ready at all times. Adrian thought to himself that the war had finally begun. He had just leveled up again, reaching level 160, and believed that now he would finally attain the 6th circle. He thought that in the end it was worth playing a bit, even though he remembered that other guy telling him not to play and to prepare for war. He felt a little guilty, but this was much more important to him. As a reward, he received more than 10 trillion lots, and the money he got was deposited in the Elysia Union Bank. He also received another reward, his sub-support, the supersonic Black Eagle, a gigantic eagle. He wondered if sub-supports were even supposed to exist in this game. This eagle was a combat support meant for an archer. He figured it might be easier to find correct information in reality than through the game system. When he returned to reality, he asked where the eagle was. He went outside to see if it was there. Stepping out of the spaceship, he thought the massive black eagle might appear the same way Archia once did, in a dramatic, chaotic entrance. But as he looked around, Archia noticed that the eagle was already approaching them directly. To everyone's surprise, the soldiers armed themselves and the brigade commander was told to dodge immediately, but the eagle landed right on top of the massive spaceship. The gigantic bird looked straight at Adrian and stood in front of him. Adrian gave the command for the soldiers to stand down, realizing that this was the supersonic Black Eagle. It was a chimera with the bones and legs of a black dragon and a body that could hardly be damaged, not even by an aura blade. With an ultra-high recovery rate, it had only one skill, shared vision. Like Archia, it would unlock other skills as it grew stronger. He patted the eagle and said that the most likely condition for gaining new skills must be completing missions. He wasn't sure how this suicidal dive-bombing behavior would be useful, but the shared vision was definitely a huge asset. It was like receiving information at the speed of light. A crowd began to gather around him, asking what that creature was. Adrian thought to himself that this was a mess. He was so focused on the black eagle that he didn't even notice the people forming around him. There wasn't much he could do now. So he asked the eagle if it wanted to stay by his side. The eagle nodded, confirming it did, and he began to pet it like they were best friends. Everyone was shocked, not understanding why the eagle wasn't attacking. Adrian, on the other hand, thought it was a little embarrassing and felt like the eagle might bite him later. It was then stated that after the war began, the situation didn't just spark small battles in other regions, it expanded across the entire western border. It had become a full-scale war, but thanks to that, his brigade was making its debut. Internet communication remained disabled, so he couldn't log into the game for now. To his surprise, someone came reporting that the vanguard pilot of the Crowing Empire was approaching. Adrian told them not to panic and to retreat the army into the initial formation. He also told Bilan to prepare the vanguards. Although many of these battles had occurred in the game, he didn't believe he would die so easily. The guy next to him just kept staring. Adrian asked what was wrong, but the man said it was nothing. Still, Adrian sensed enemy vanguards approaching and realized they were under attack. He told the 2nd Battalion to activate the energy shield, which surprised everyone. They quickly activated it just in time. To their shock, one of the enemy vanguards attacked them directly, causing a tremor in the spaceship. Adrian thought that the attack came from such a long distance and was unbelievably strong. This wasn't just a test. If they didn't have a 7th circle mage or higher, it was obvious they wouldn't survive this kind of battle. He asked for a status report, and the ship's operators informed him that the 2nd Battalion's energy shield was gone. It would take 90 seconds to recover. Adrian thought that the shield, which was supposed to protect everyone, was destroyed by a single attack. Archduke Lucas should have crafted some magical equipment for them, but Adrian didn't need to envy the enemy vanguard. If he reached the max level in the game, he would reach the 9th circle. Archia then asked if he was alright, and Adrian said yes. He thought that in the end he had an 8th circle grandmaster, Archia, right by his side. The vice commander commented that they had managed to survive, and if it weren't for Adrian, they would all be dead. Adrian replied that he was just lucky, but he hoped he wouldn't have to go back on his words. Now, he had to think about how to defend or counterattack. The size of their offensive forces wasn't all that different, but the issue was the enemy's fortress. The Crowing Empire had 2 fortresses in the sky, but they were significantly smaller than theirs, probably designed for a massive invasion. The vice commander said that unless the enemy had lost information, this was the first time they had used those fortresses. Adrian thought that in this war there were vanguards on the ground and fortified floating fortresses in the sky. The ground was completely devastated and all the variables seemed to be right there. To their surprise, the spaceships continued attacking. Adrian muttered that everything was a mess. Then he felt something else, a weapon detachment process. He asked what it was and what had just fallen. Some soldiers laughed, saying it had broken in the end, and it was honestly kind of funny, but Adrian began receiving several notifications of magical power overload and realized this was bad. He quickly ordered a message to be sent to the fortress because a total suicide attack was about to occur. To their shock, that suicide attack actually happened. A massive explosion took over the sky. Now, in the Sky Fortress, they received the message and realized it was a suicide attack. The commander orders an immediate evacuation and commands them to use anti-aircraft bullets, personal firearms, or anything else they have. Use everything. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks he's going to break, so he activates the Great Shield on his ring, which covers his entire spaceship. In this way, they manage to protect themselves from the Great Explosion, but he thinks it was a close call. If he hadn't used the artifact his father gave him, they all would have died. He wonders about the Sky Fortress, but when he looks, he feels relieved. They didn't fall as they quickly retreated. If the Sky Fortress and their allied forces had fallen, the enemy forces would have massacred everyone. He then requests them to check the status of the vanguards and the wounded soldiers. After the incident, Kondietz is smiling a lot and thanking the boy for his hard work. His performance was excellent. If he hadn't noticed the enemy's suicide attack in advance, the damage would have been colossal. The enemies attempted suicide attacks on 3 battlefields simultaneously, but his unit was the only one to detect the anomaly early and successfully protected the fortress. He told the local commander that today's victory was thanks to him, and he's sure the boy will receive a great reward. The protagonist responds saying that's great. Then, Condidiat says that it's up to a good leader to ensure his subordinates are rewarded when they contribute. The protagonist thinks that despite many people worshipping their superiors excessively, Condidiat is reasonably decent. That Count mentions that there are some strange rumors circulating about him. Adder asks what kind of rumors, and they heard that the brigade commander Lawrence tamed a mysterious giant eagle along with his companion. They say the way he communicates with the eagle is truly mysterious. Edra asks if that's true, saying he didn't know, but then thinks to himself that he actually did. That guy continues, saying that once they are domesticated, they never betray their masters and don't hesitate to risk their lives to protect them. Edra feels happy that the Archmage Lucas based this on real-life species. If he had given him a flashy support creature without reason, people would have been irritated, asking what that thing was. It would have been hard to deal with. Condiats, very happy, says that it's no different from a dog and can be called an eagle dog. Then Laterace asks if now that the enemy has retreated, he can use the internet. When he is told yes, he takes that as his reward. The boy is very happy, thinking he'll finally be able to play again. Now 2 weeks have passed since the beginning of the war. Speaking with Mr. Billy, someone tells him not to expose himself too much while descending the mountains, as it could be a trap. They are told not to get too close and to try fighting from a distance. They agree, and the boy thinks that no one would have listened to Brigade Commander Lawrence in the past, but now they all follow his orders. Billen instructs them not to blindly trust the radar signal and to follow Commander Lawrence's instructions. Berlin reflects that everyone has changed in just 2 weeks, and to their surprise, it really was a trap. Berlin orders them to retreat. He had thought they would come from beneath the terrain, as it was the only blind spot, and he's happy he listened to Commander Lawrence's warning. Otherwise, they would have been caught off guard. He thinks they avoided total annihilation by luck, but the situation still doesn't look good. They have to hold the vanguard attacks at bay while they wait for support. However, they're heavily outnumbered, and it will take at least 5 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. It's impossible to wait without taking any damage. To his surprise, Adrien orders him to advance. As he realizes what's happening, others arrive to assist 10 vanguards directly under the command of Commander Condit's division. Billy notices that they are indeed reinforcements, but he doesn't understand how they got there so fast. Audra speaks to him over the communicator, saying the enemies have their backs to the mountain. William thinks, that soft voice again. He really doesn't know who came out on patrol, because it certainly wasn't Adrian Lawrence. They are told to eliminate at least 5 enemy vanguard units while they have the chance. The people in the strategy room ask if they heard the order from Brigade Commander Lawrence to take out 5 enemy vanguards. They say he's truly incredible. Not only did he foresee the surprise attack, but he also turned a crisis into an opportunity. Furthermore, while other units were struggling at post-focus, Commander Lawrence's team was handling things calmly. Condigits thinks he initially believed it was just a coincidence, but with how things are turning out, it doesn't seem like it anymore. Wasn't it said that the prodigy of Viscount Lawrence turned into an idiot after being poisoned, but now it feels like a dragon hiding its power while it sleeps? He asks the others if Lawrence is about the same age. Michelle, if her family allows it, he would like to bring her there, which surprises everyone. Why would he want to offer his daughter to Adrian Lawrence? They say he already has a girlfriend and they're very close. He even took her to the battlefield. But Watt says that's not a problem, and if Michelle wants, she can be his mistress. They say Adrian is addicted to games, but Kodos defends him, asking if it's not better to be addicted to that than to drugs, alcohol, or women. He thinks to himself that he has already chosen Adrian as his son-in-law and no one will make him change his mind. However, some of the others say that considering Miss Michelle's fiery personality, if she hears that, they'll be in trouble. She's a bit hot-headed. Condots interrupts and says, enough about his daughter, they must send the performance report to the command corps, and they must make sure to highlight Commander Lawrence's major contribution. As the boy and Arcee are leaving, Billen asks to speak with him for a moment. Adrian agrees, asking if it's something important, and tells him to be quick. He notices that Billen's emotional condition has changed from curious and watchful to favorable and anxious. He wonders if it's because he saved him during the battle. Bilan then asks why he hides his strength. Many of his subordinates are worried about the future of the territory. If young Master Cedric becomes the Lord as things are going now, there will definitely be a crisis. He believes Cedric is unfit to be a lord. If Adrien has any intention of competing with his brother, Bilan would like to offer his full support, which greatly surprises the boy. He thinks to himself that the magical glasses don't show any false interactions, so this man isn't lying. Sir Bilan is one of his father's closest aides. He wonders if Bilan received some instructions in advance or if he's acting this way simply because Adrien is his benefactor. Adrien thanks him for his words but says he'll pretend he didn't hear that, which greatly surprises Bilan. As Adrien walks away, he thinks he's not naive. Bilan spoke without thinking things through. No matter what they do to keep information from Cedric, Adrien cannot act carelessly. There are surveillance systems he doesn't even know about. He thinks that he alone is more than enough, and the task of taking down and Cedric is entirely his. He has no intention of sharing that satisfaction with anyone. But for now, he will remember that there are people who are genuinely concerned about the beast within the territory. Thinking about it, he realizes he'll be awarded a medal for what happened, but he assumes it won't be a big deal. However, to his surprise, the man reading the list of contributions announces that the second son of the Lawrence family, Adrien, will receive the Golden Lion Medal, second class, awarded by Sias van Heerd, the 23rd king of the Hay Kingdom. All the soldiers around begin to celebrate. Adrien thinks this is far greater than he had imagined. He believes he's being chosen as a Fantastra and they'll adore him for the rest of his life. He also thinks Cedric is probably going to lose his mind when he hears this. Back at home, after Cedric and his mother receive the news, Cedric says that everyone is talking about that idiot Adrien. If he had gone to war, all those merits would have been his. He asks what his father is saying about all this, and his mother tells him that his father is going to stay with that poor woman. Cedric says it seems like his father has been spending more and more time with her lately. He asks his mother why she's not doing anything about it. She asks what she's supposed to do. Should she poison him too? Cedric gets irritated with the way she talks and tells her not to raise her voice. His mother says the reason his father is with that woman is because he's determined to protect that commoner from all of them while Adrien's away at war. Cedric asks if it's true that Adrien will completely cut ties with the family after returning from war. She says yes, and that's why Cedric is desperate to achieve some merit and get a title. She asks her son to calm down because he's not even Adrien's rival, and she will make sure of that. Cedric agrees, thinking everything is just as his mother said. Behind them is his maternal grandfather. Most of the viscounty is under his mother's control, and his father is only a proxy, temporarily governing the land until it's passed on to him. Cedric then wonders why that brat always thought he was better than him. Furious, Cedric thinks Adrien is incredibly annoying. He was supposed to be reduced to a worthless bastard after they tried to poison him. He doesn't understand why he still gets under his skin. He thinks Adrien definitely has to die. Now, in the 7th week, 48 days after the war began, Adrien is in a good mood and asks the vanguards to please drink an energy drink before heading out. He hands out drinks to everyone, listening to them say they feel increasingly refreshed after drinking it. The protagonist thinks that considering how precious it is, of course they would. What they're drinking is actually diluted elixir containing just a single drop of that legendary medicine, but they surely don't know that. He thinks it's honestly a waste, but he has to do this so that the war can end quickly. Then Bilan says that now they're going out on patrol. The protagonist asks the vanguards to be careful, but to his surprise, he learns that the division commander is looking for him. He asks what that means. As he heads toward the division commander, he feeds Crow the name he gave to the Black Eagle. He remarks that Condotes has been calling him more frequently lately. The guy driving him says that it means Condotes really trusts him and asks if that isn't a good thing. But the protagonist thinks that even if it is, it's annoying to be constantly summoned by a high-ranking aristocrat. When he arrives, he notices that the other unit commanders are also present, and no one knows why. Everyone seems surprised, not understanding Condotes' intention. If it were something related to battle, he could have simply sent a message. The protagonist wonders if there's an important announcement. Then Condotes suddenly appears and welcomes them. He tells them they should rejoice because they won't have to hear those disgusting gunshots anymore. Peace may soon be declared. This surprises the protagonist greatly. CIEs explains that foreign ministers from both countries are currently in a meeting and a declaration of the end of the war may happen soon. It seems the people from Sichuan never intended for this to become a full-scale war in the first place. It was large in scale but ultimately a local conflict, no different from an annual event. People comment that those guys are completely insane, but the protagonist thinks it was the same in his previous life. He believes his country has always had bad luck when it comes to foreign relations. He asks what will happen to the vanguards who were sent out. Coach says that until an official declaration of peace is made, they must continue playing this war game. The protagonist thinks that it's always the subordinates who die because of decisions made by their superiors. Condiotis tells him to relax and not worry about anything else. Billen says that he thinks this is a good thing. He asks what would have happened if his country and the cruising empire had gone into full-scale war. Without celestial fortresses, tens of thousands of vanguards would have been annihilated. It would have been an unimaginable catastrophe. Adrien asks if Billen shouldn't be resting more. Why did he come here? Meanwhile, Archia is in the corner, still eating her biscuits. He takes one and offers it to Billen, who says that since it was given by Condiotes, it must be quite valuable. Adrien notices that Archia keeps eating without paying him any mind. Billen says he's felt this before. Adrien is truly different from other nobles. He sincerely mourns the sacrifices of common soldiers and even stands guard at the command center while his men rest. He really is different. The protagonist thinks, of course, he used to be a commoner in his past life. Billen adds that at the same time, Adrien possesses the composure and dignity of a true noble. The protagonist says he thinks Billen misunderstood that part, but Billen asks if it's not true that Adrien was drinking black tea even while enemy troops approached. He says that kind of calm is impossible without absolute confidence in oneself. His subordinates were even able to relax because of his composure. Everyone in the 23rd Brigade trusts him completely. The protagonist now understands what Billen is trying to say. He's once again expressing support for Adrien as the successor of the territory. Adrien replies just like last time, but to his surprise, Sir Billen kneels before him and says that they've ensured no one is nearby and have checked for surveillance devices. So there's no need to worry. This shocks Adrien. He analyzes the surroundings and realizes Billen is serious, and it seems all of them are on his father's side. Adrien says he knows precautions were taken, but this kind of behavior could draw too much attention. Billen replies that's exactly why they came while everyone else is resting. Then, the humble servant Gilbert Billen declares that he would like to serve Adrian Lawrence, the second young master of the Lawrence family, as his lord from now on. The protagonist asks if the other knights outside feel the same. Billen confirms they do, which surprises Adrien even more. Adrien agrees but says there's one condition: they must act normally until he says otherwise. Wouldn't it be rude for Billen to pretend he isn't his lord? And even if he begins gathering power now, his forces still won't be large. He asks if it will be enough for them to win. He says he has a plan in mind, so they just need to follow his orders. Billen agrees. The protagonist then asks how many knights are willing to follow him. Billen says they currently have 5 vanguards there, and about 30 knights. If they gather people from the territory, their number will at least double. Adrien thinks that's not bad. It means he'll have more people to work with. He says it's good, but just before he leaves, Billen says there's one more thing. His lady plans to assign Sir Precious to him. Billen believes it would be a good idea to recruit him in advance. This greatly surprises Adrien. He thinks about Sir Precious. Precious was originally the vice commander of the Lawrence Order of Knights, and with his superior skills he practically had He was considered a rival among all aura specialists with the exception of the knight commanders. But Adrien thought he had left the order because he was involved in the family's political struggle centered around a netter. He wonders if someone like that is really coming back. Billen says that maybe when he returns, many knights who were neutral might change their minds. Adrien thinks that Sir Precious was a typical warrior and a very popular knight. In other words, there is room to expand his power through him that might be enough to compete with Anna's and Cedric's forces. He realizes that recruiting Sir Precious isn't a bad idea, especially since he's a valuable talent outside of his immediate family. So he says that he needs to find him as soon as possible. He asks if Billen could arrange a meeting between them. Discreetly, of course. Billen says yes, he'll take care of it for him. Adrien thinks that soon he will have power. and that is certainly a good thing. However, his top priority isn't building his own power. His top priority is completing the next mission of the Lucky Encounter event, progressing in the game, and finally reaching the 7th circle today. But to everyone's surprise, the protagonist dies along with Archia, and even his new eagle dies too. The system announces that he was killed by a mysterious being. Then, the scene flashes back to a few minutes earlier, when they were still fighting that man. Adrien thought that even after hunting level 200 enemies, he had never experienced death before. He avoided dying in the game by overcoming difficulties, but if he were to die there, the pain would be beyond his imagination. He notices that Archia is being pushed back, something that had never happened before. She had always prioritized her safety in a fight. Then, as the eagle dives at the enemy, the man quickly defends against both and prepares to finish Adrien with his sword. His name is Death Knight Pasquiel. Facing him, Adrien realizes that he is not just an aura master, but also has a mission boss buff and an abnormally strong body. He is clearly on a completely different level. As a result, Adrien dies and respawns in a nearby village. Sitting on a bench in the village, he thinks the system is garbage. It shares all his senses. He can't even complain about the pain properly because there are too many people around. When he summons his support, Archia, she starts apologizing to Adrien, asks if she's okay, and if she feels pain, she replies that she does, but her senses in the game are far less intense than his. He thinks it's a relief, and reflects that he recruited her only because of her tank stats. The more he thinks about it, the more ashamed he feels for hiding his small body behind hers. That's why he wants to change his combat style. Fighting the Death Knight showed him the clear limits of his current fighting strategy. Archia blocks movement, the eagle blocks vision, and then he attacks by surprise. As a mage, he deals a lot of damage. It worked before, since they had many weapons, but this has a limit when facing someone like the Death Knight who's on the same level as Archia. That means the only way to keep enemies away during his casting time is by using the Black Eagle in combat. But he thinks about Archia's defense against the Death Knight and how, if he had more consistent damage output to support her while he casts spells, that would be the ideal combat style. He comes up with 3 possible solutions. Use lower-level magic circles. That would reduce casting time, though at the cost of power, but the casting rate would be higher. 2. Use the Black Eagle as a warrior instead of a support unit. 3. Archia should stop relying solely on her shield for defense and start using offensive tactics. However, the first option basically nerfs him, so the second and third are better. He tells Archia it won't be easy. Then they go into a second battle against the Death Knight, but die miserably again. The eagle didn't do much damage, but its distraction was helpful, so he wonders if he should equip it with a chestplate. He thinks he must do everything he can to complete this trial and reach the 7th circle. Now, they enter the 3rd battle and die again. Adrien, furious, says this is terrible. Then he tells Archia that they've started to recognize the Death Knight's pattern and they must try new things to regain their edge. By the 5th battle, the Death Knight asks if he's fighting a bunch of acrobats. He clearly sees Adrien as very talented and asks why he doesn't just change classes. Adrien replies that he must be confused, but then asks if he's ever heard of a human bombarder and fires magic at him. Adrien tells him to die, but the Death Knight blocks it with his sword. Quickly, Archie attacks from below and Adrien says, "Perfect." But to his surprise, the Black Eagle can no longer lift him, and simply lands, dropping him to the ground. The Death Knight says it's good to see him down there. Adrien looks up at him, completely unsettled, and his head is cut off again. They tried many strategies to defeat the Death Knight, but failed every time. However, Adrien notices that the damage dealt increased in the last fight. He continues casting spells while dodging attacks, which remains his biggest challenge. Now he wants to try using better items. He focused on his reflexes instead of concentrating on casting spells. Once again, he was defeated. On the next attempt, he was already dodging much better, able to avoid the enemy's strike and cast 2 spells in his direction. Archia also attacked from the other side, but that guy still managed to finish them both. However, the protagonist gave a small smile, thinking that this battle confirmed something for him. He had tried to be an aggressive mage, which reduced his overall damage, but allowed him to survive longer on his own. The result was a 62-minute battle in which he dealt 84% of the damage to the Death Knight. He believes that if he keeps trying, he'll definitely succeed. He logs out and returns to his room, realizing that he's exceeded the connection time. He tells Archia that he thought they'd hit level 200 by now, but instead they're stuck in an unexpected place. While stretching, he notices that the world seems to be moving more slowly. Archia explains that experiencing death countless times has side effects, so it's normal to feel some changes. He asks her if she feels the same, and she says she's not sure. Her body feels just as strong as it did yesterday, but somehow she feels stronger. The protagonist wonders if that's true. Arcia's responses certainly don't seem artificial. They aren't like something a homunculus would say. He thinks that if time passes and she gains more experiences, she will become almost indistinguishable from a real human. She asks if he has any orders, but the protagonist tells her no, he needs to sleep and rest. They'll try again after they wake up. The next day, he enters his 12th battle against the Death Knight, dealing 75% damage. In the 13th, he dealt 85%. In the 14th, 91%. The 15th, 89%. The 16th, 93%. The 17th, 98%. In the 18th battle, the protagonist, along with Archia and the Eagle, is finally ready to defeat the Death Knight. After an intense fight, they deal 100% damage. The Death Knight begins to vanish and says he did well. The protagonist, overjoyed, starts to celebrate. He has finally passed the test and completed the 7th level of the mission. To his surprise, someone tells him that it's because all of this is real. The protagonist turns and realizes that there are two enemies. He quickly points his staff at one of them, but to his surprise, Archia tells him not to worry. The protagonist wonders why she's smiling so much. What he didn't expect was to see a little old man staring at him. Then he realizes with a shock that this must be Archduke Lucas in miniature form, but the man says his name is Chester, and he is the one who oversees destiny. He is part of Manuel Lucas, essentially an NPC, but created from Manuel Lucas's memories. The protagonist thinks that even though Chester was created from those memories, that doesn't guarantee he'll help them. Still, he would undoubtedly be a huge help if he's on their side, but if not, it'll be trouble. Chester tells him there's no reason to be apprehensive. Adrian says that he doesn't seem like an NPC, he's too different from the others and feels truly alive. Chester replies that of course he does. He might not have a soul, but he was made to act a certain way based on the memories of someone who lived. The protagonist then says that even if he couldn't defeat old age in the end, he will always live on here. He asks if Manuel Lucas achieved eternity. Chester replies that it could be seen that way. That was the main reason Hollywood was created. But he adds nothing is eternal. He is merely a shadow of someone who once lived. If the original idea had been to create a true clone to live forever, it wouldn't have been done in the virtual world. It would have been through something like a homunculus, like Archia. Adrian thinks he once suspected that Manuel Lucas might try to possess him to be reborn, but thankfully that's not the case. He then asks Chester what his role is there and mentions how frustrating the last floor was due to its difficulty. He wonders if he'll now stop fighting and focus on other areas. Chester raises his staff and displays a status window. Adrian realizes he has received 5 uses of the administrator authority of the Hollywood system. Chester explains that the destiny he's been given is everything Manuel Lucas had. It was already expected that he would inherit administrative authority as well. However, there are some limitations for now, although eventually those limits will disappear. In the future, there will be no usage limits. The protagonist asks what he can do with this power. Chester replies that he'll be able to use that authority in any program based on the Hollywood system. This surprises the protagonist greatly. Essentially, Hollywood is a virtual world not unlike the internet on Earth, where he can access any information and modify practically everything that exists. However, Chester adds, there are some rules he must follow. He cannot use the authority in online chronicles that are tied to Manuel Lucas's destiny. 2. He cannot use it to access or invade other users' brains. 3. He cannot use it to steal other people's property. 4. He cannot use it to harm the world, either directly or indirectly. The protagonist thinks it's a bit concerning, but it makes sense. He then jokingly asks if he can use this authority to launder money. Chester replies that it's not hard and even recommends a few methods personally, but Adrian asks if it isn't too risky. Couldn't someone audit the documents? And then the little guy says that the chance of them noticing this is low since it's not just the current reports, it would basically mean manipulating the entire market. With that, our protagonist says that he'd like to use one of his administrator permissions. Sester then tells him that his current wealth is 12.625 trillion lots and asks if he'd like to organize the lots and equipment he'll receive from this floor. The protagonist agrees. Then Chester asks if there's anything else. The protagonist says that Archia needs a registration and it would be good to make her origin the holy city of Everil. Chester replies that of course, and that he will register her as someone whose family has passed away, marking her current status as orphan. When the protagonist asks Chester if he would help him with the administrator authority, Chester says yes, but then a woman asks why he's gone so far for people he didn't even know. Chester responds that this is his way of showing affection and care for the world he left behind, so that the life of his successor wouldn't be as difficult as his own. This leaves Adrien quite confused, as those don't seem like the words of someone remembered as a legendary mage. If it weren't for this world, if not for someone from Earth like him, and if he hadn't created a legacy for future generations, his life would have been pathetic. He couldn't have dreamed of becoming who he is now, so he kneels down and thanks his master. But Chester says that he is not Manuel Lucas, though the protagonist notices a small smile at the corner of his mouth. Thus, he acquires another 50 trillion lots, and also receives the sky fortress of Icarus. His 7th circle is now complete. Meanwhile, in the city of Nichen, the former captain of the Order of Knights, Perseus, asks who Adrien is. The knight says he believes that the young Master Adrien might be able to take control of the territory and develop it even further. He asks Perseus if he intends to support young Master Adrien alongside him. But Perseus wonders what kind of nonsense that is. He thought he was called for a meeting about the Lord, and if he had known it was to talk privately about an immature child, he never would have agreed to come. But the knight says that young Master Adrien is a prodigy. Perseus responds that he heard Adrien stood out in the war, but asks whether the knight doesn't think his chosen successor is still too weak. The knight apologizes, but then starts laughing, which greatly surprises Perseus. The knight says he wasn't laughing at him, he just remembered that not long ago he was in the same position himself. He believes young Master Adrien was lucky this time, but that he is still the same as always. Perseus asks if that's really the case, and the knight replies that it certainly is not. In fact, what the young master shows the world is only the tip of the iceberg. Unlike Perseus, the knight has personally witnessed his abilities. After all, it was he who was on the front lines following the commands of Master Adrien. Therefore, he confidently says that Adrien is without a doubt the greatest genius of this era. Perseus won't understand that until he sees it for himself. Perseus remarks that the knight seems completely devoted to the young master. He reflects on the story of a prodigy who became mediocre at the age of 7, a mask used to become someone great and survive from a young age. Considering Adrien's intelligence and the knight's words, Perseus has to admit that Adrien deserves his attention. He then asks the knight Berlin what he wants to do. Berlin says Perseus should use his connections to convince the vassals to support young Master Adrien. Perseus says that it's a bit complicated, but still interesting. Berlin says he made a great decision, but Perseus responds that he hasn't decided anything yet. Before making any decisions, he should at least meet Adrien. So Berlin says that young Master Adrien would be delighted to visit him soon and that he'll call him to share the news. While speaking with Adrien through communication magic, Perseus thinks to himself that Adrien is someone who spent over a decade hiding his power, waiting for the right moment for revenge. That's truly something. He hopes Berlin's words are true. But to both their surprise, Adrien simply ends the call. Berlin says that Adrien must be very busy to answer right now. But then, to their shock, something appears right behind them. They sense a mana presence, and it must be at least at the 7th circle. They wonder who in the world it could be. After finishing, she announces that the 5 assassins have been killed. The protagonist comments that maybe he had too high expectations. He had heard these 2 were the most powerful in the continent, yet they allowed themselves to be surrounded by assassins. The 2 men wonder what kind of attitude that is, and who this monster in front of them really is. Berlin asks what happened. The protagonist says he spent 13 years preparing for this moment and asks if they really thought he'd be unprepared. Of course, he would have an aura master at his side. This surprises both men greatly. Perseus thinks that initially he wanted to test Adrien's worth, but now realizes it's he who must prove himself useful. That's the kind of person standing before him. While still stunned, the protagonist looks at Perseus, sees his status window, and thinks to himself that he's not bad at all. Will then asks whether the lady of the house sent them, and Adrien responds that obviously they must have a lot of questions. Then he snaps his fingers and casts reparo, or restoration magic, repairing the entire house. Billen comments that the stains, the blood and bodies vanished. It was truly incredible, but our boy simply asked them not to think too much about it, and said they needed to go somewhere else. He then activated another spell, shocking both of them as they realized it was a 7th circle spell called teleportation. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Luas, part of the Hate Kingdom Alliance, the nation with the largest number of great mages, second only to the 4 great empires, if you asked anyone who the most famous mage was, they would all say one name: Duke Kane Riverdale. A great mage and a successful teacher who had trained 6 7th circle mages. They all said the same thing. The greatest mage in history was Archduke Lucas, but the greatest teacher was Duke Kane Riverdale. Picamlo questioned if that was serious. Was he really a disciple of Duke Riverdale? And Adrien confirmed that he was, though he had died a few years ago. It was Riverdale who taught him everything he knew, and Adrien was able to learn it all without difficulty. This left Peely wondering when he had even trained, considering he spent most of his time in games, but Oscoto interrupted his thoughts and confirmed it. Yes, that was exactly it. The only place where he could train him without any restrictions was in the virtual world. Riverdale taught in both the real world and the virtual one. Still, Peely couldn't believe it. It sounded like a lie. A marquee falling from the sky. No one would believe someone like that was only 20 years old. It was better that people believed in the story, because if he used the title of Riverdale's disciple, no one would question him. Pacius commented that Adrien was certainly an eccentric man. To their surprise, the boy had even prepared fake evidence to support his story, proof that he was indeed a disciple of Duke Riverdale. He had asked Administrator Chester to create it as an alibi, and now he held various artifacts with Riverdale's aura, as well as a record claiming he had been a secret disciple that no one else knew about. That way, even the Riverdale family or his known disciples could trust him if they ever crossed paths. Adrien said he would have loved to declare himself the heir of Manuel Lucas's destiny, but no one would leave him in peace for the rest of his life if he did. He then told the two of them that he and Archia would handle Anna and Cedric, so they shouldn't worry too much about expanding their influence or gathering people. Pacius asked why he had been called there. Then, the boy replied that this was never part of his plan to begin with, but there was something he needed him to do. He asked him to extend his left hand. When they touched watches, a window appeared in front of the boy. Explained that it was his second bank account, holding 20 billion lots, and asked him to form a group under his command to gather intelligence. This group would be in charge of doing the dirty work, a necessary part of achieving his plans. It was curious that he asked a knight for that kind of task, but Pacius acknowledged that considering they would be facing Marquis Haven, it might be necessary. Still, he asked if he was sure. That amount of money must have been hard, maybe even impossible to accumulate. But the boy asked him not to worry. He had acquired it very easily, thanks to his great talent for investing. In fact, he thought Pacius might faint if he knew he actually had 3,000 times that amount. Then he extended his hand again to Pacius and declared that he would remove Cedric from his position as heir to the family and would gain a level of power no one in the nation could disrespect. He asked Pacius if he would stand with him. Pacius knelt and pledged his loyalty. Back at Adrian's home, his stepmother was furious, saying that 5 expert assassins had vanished without leaving a trace. The butler confirmed this. She shouted that he had promised they could kill anyone, even a master of aura or a great mage. The butler agreed, but she angrily threw a wineglass at his head. After calming down a little, she asked where Pacius and Billion were. The butler said that Mr. Billion had returned to his unit, but Pacius had completely disappeared. She realized he must still be alive. Billion would have reported it if he were dead. She suspected those two were conspiring against her and couldn't ignore it. She remembered that her husband had told her to monitor Adrian and Sylvia closely. She felt she had no choice but to obey, because opposing Viscount Lawrence would be even worse. Still, if Billion and Pacius joined forces, they'd be unstoppable. She couldn't let them act freely because Cedric couldn't afford to have a rival. Time was running out. The butler asked if she wanted to deal with the Assassin's Guild again, since they had guaranteed they would finish the job. She questioned whether they should just kill Adrian, shocking the butler. In her sly way, she asked if he was afraid. This is the easiest path, she said. Yes, it's the only way. don't even think about another option. The butler warned that if she went through with it, there would be no going back with Viscount Lawrence. Besides, young Master Adrien was now very famous. But she, seething with rage, asked how long he had worked for her. Trembling, the butler replied that it had been 30 years. She reminded him that he should know by now that she hates being contradicted. She poured wine over his head and asked if he thought she didn't know what he was up to. There was no other way, she claimed. "Do you think you're smarter than me?" she hissed. The butler thought he had tried to help only because of a spark of remorse for the young master. He knelt and begged for forgiveness, but she said, "Forgiveness? No, I'm going to frame you." That left the poor man utterly stunned. The viscount is dying, and someone needs to take responsibility for it. All this time, he had shown loyalty to her, so it would be easier this time. She asks him what's wrong and if he isn't loyal to her. Trembling, he replies that he understands and will prove his loyalty. She says that's the perfect answer and orders him to make sure they don't fail again, or else everyone will be killed. The man thinks that she's discarding him after 30 years of loyalty just because he said the wrong thing at the wrong time, and it's too late to go back. If the young master manages to overcome this trial, maybe he can survive. Meanwhile, at the house of Count Diotes, they are celebrating the victory of the 23rd Division. They say they can finally return, and Count Diotes says he never thought he would receive recognition, thanks to young Master Lawrence. He's truly looking forward to the ceremony. The men beside him say that their family status has also improved thanks to him. They assure him that they will be their family's heirs and invite him to visit any time, promising to welcome him with everything they have. Our protagonist thinks they're taking credit for what he did, but he understands this is normal. It all happened because His Excellency trusted him and supported him with his great wisdom. However, Count Diotes says it would have been better if the war had lasted a bit longer, which surprises our protagonist. He asks what he means, and Walton explains that if the war had continued, he would have received more recognition and possibly become a lord. But with the current situation, the compensation will be limited to him only. Our protagonist realizes there's a big difference between inheriting a title and earning one on your own. No matter how much he rises in rank, without a county of his own, he can't pass on his title. Seeing Count Diotes looking a bit down, he says he didn't fight expecting anything in return. Diotes replies that it's a real shame. He has so much potential but lacks an environment where he can truly shine. That makes him sad. Still, he asks the protagonist not to worry about that and says maybe he could get involved with his family, which surprises the boy greatly. Diotes says he has a daughter and that if the protagonist is willing, he could make that happen. Our protagonist smiles and thinks, wait, what? A daughter? Just like that? Diotes asks him to please think it over. He'll always be welcome. But the protagonist also recalls that Count Diotes' daughter is rumored to be a maniac. Still, he thinks that now he can finally return, and for Ina and Cedric, unexpected things are about to happen. Now, the day after the end of the war between Hay and Crescent, the provincial army was immediately disbanded. Back at the airbase, the soldiers thank our protagonist once again and tell him to visit whenever he can. Returning home, the boy logs into his game once again, thinking he's getting tired of leveling up like crazy every time he gets a bit of free time. The level requirement for the level 8 mission is 250, but his current level is only 202. It's been 10 days since he hit level 200, but he doesn't feel like he's making any progress. As he gets stronger, so do the monsters. The experience cap has increased as well, so it's no longer possible to level up once per day like before. He thinks the monster they just killed would require at least 5 people. Maybe he needs to recruit a new member for his group, but he shouldn't draw too much attention. Since he has a stroke of luck, it's better to advance slowly and steadily, eventually reaching the max level. He calls Archia, but she remains still, and he wonders what's wrong. Just then, a bird appears behind him. He asks what's going on, and suddenly he feels something. Looking around, he wonders if something happened outside. He quickly logs out and sees Archia fighting someone. He activates the large shield in his ring, and Archia says they're assassins, the same ones they dealt with last time. Adrian asks since when assassins use swords, and aura-infused ones at that. Archia replies she's not sure, but they're equipped with aura swords and armor, and there are 3 of them. Our protagonist remains calm despite 3 elite fighters trying to kill him. Archia says Mr. Bilwin was prepared for any attack and delayed them. Their vanguards are dealing with them now. Adrian thinks that if they have 5 vanguards, it shouldn't be hard. However, Archia says it won't be that easy just as the roof of the ship is completely shattered. He looks up and sees a heavily armored golem. Archia says there are 6 in total. Our hero remarks that it seems the madam sent the devil after him instead of Bilan and Sir Perseus. He asks Archia if an aura sword should be enough. She says of course. He grabs his staff and Archia takes her sword. As the monster attacks, Adrien says it's pathetic, she picked the wrong alpha. He then activates a flame explosion spell, burning the golems. Flying above the ship, he calls Archia to fight with him. Meanwhile, the assassin captain receives a call saying something isn't right and they must retreat now. The captain wonders how their plan failed so badly, but to everyone's surprise, 2 explosions send them flying. The man wonders, what kind of monster is hiding in the Lawrence family? Our protagonist defeats the enemies one after another, with Archia fighting by his side. On the communicator, someone tells the captain to escape quickly and to kill the archmage, interfering with their teleportation. The captain wonders if he's going insane. Not only is there an archmage, but also a master of aura. He begins to flee, saying the others are on their own. But quickly, our protagonist casts a spell on the man, and Archia swiftly cuts off his arm. Just as she's about to kill him, Adrien orders her to stop. Adrien says there's no point in him trying to escape. That man thinks it's impossible. They were completely annihilated. Then our boy suggests helping him, but to their surprise, the man suddenly collapses. Adrien asks what happened, and Archia checks his body and says he's dead. It seems he bit into the poison capsule hidden in his teeth. Adrien realizes he doesn't have much experience dealing with assassins and underestimated their determination. Meanwhile, the vanguards question whether young Master Lawrence is truly that strong and if the vice commander knew about it. Dayan responds that young Master Adrien is a disciple of Duke Verdile, which greatly surprises them. Bilan adds that not only they, but the entire family underestimated him. Everyone knows how incredible Duke Verdile is, but he believes young Master Adrien became this powerful because he's something special. He was making plans for the future while acting humbly and deceiving everyone around him just to survive. But now the tides have turned and surely they should reconsider and join him. Adrien thinks to himself that Bilan is definitely skilled at influencing people. Back at home, Adrien's worried mother runs to him and asks if he's okay and if he got hurt anywhere. His father, right behind her, tells him he worked hard. Observing this, Adrien thinks it's completely normal to hold a parade to celebrate after receiving a battlefield medal, but it feels too calm. His father apologizes, saying there should have been a grand reception, but Adrien replies it's fine. He doesn't like noisy events, while thinking that it must be because of Anna and Cedric. His father says that in exchange they prepared a grand banquet and now they will celebrate his return with food and drink. Looking up, Adrien sets his aerial fortress to energy-saving mode. At the banquet, the knights say it was their greatest honor to fight alongside young Master Adrien, and they're very grateful. Then, his father asks how he learned to win people's hearts on the battlefield. But before Adrien can answer, Anna suddenly appears, shouting his name, and Adrien notes it's been 3 months since they last saw each other. Cedric's mother welcomes him while Adrien thinks Anna looks like she's seen a ghost and he doesn't understand who that man with her is. He realizes it's Maurice Juger and his impression is one of relief and happiness. He hears that Maurice worked for her for 30 years, so why is his impression of him so favorable? To Adrien's surprise, he notices that the one leading Enem and Cedric's faction is Commander Crone, whose impression of Adrien is hostile. Cedric comments that as someone bearing the family name, Adrien did a great job, though it's nothing special, and he should be praised. Adrien smiles, thinking it's nonsense. He'd love to cut their heads off right now, but he needs some justification first. After all the things these bastards did to him, how could he consider giving them a quick death? Cedric calls him a rude bastard and asks if he enjoys being praised. Adrien laughs and says he really thinks Cedric believes he'd be happy hearing compliments. He acts as if he's capable of anything, which surprises everyone, while Adrien thinks that what he truly wants is to create a scene and use it as justification so they'll deserve to die. He tells Cedric that he can already imagine him ignoring tactics and dying recklessly after charging forward, which infuriates Cedric. Adrien then asks if people shouldn't get smarter with age, and that's why his vassals call him an idiot behind his back. Cedric gets even angrier, and Adrien adds that perhaps his ignorance comes from his mother's side, which shocks everyone. Cedric's mother asks what he means by that, and Adrien retorts by asking if she has something to say, telling her to stop pretending to be refined because it doesn't suit her. Cedric laughs and says this brat got even more insolent after returning from the battlefield. He draws his sword, saying Adrien doesn't even know what fear is anymore. Adrien's mother behind him tells Cedric to stop. Adrien is tired after coming from the battlefield and asks him to put the sword away. His father demands to know what he thinks he's doing, but Adrien calmly tells them to stay back and just watch. Cedric approaches and says Adrien is playing tough now. He understands the sudden attitude. It must be because of the investigation into that rebel. He asks how Adrien dares to try and bring down their family and if Bolin has gone mad. This confuses both parents. Cedric accuses Bolin of persuading Adrien to try to destroy their family. His mother says this is absurd and asks if it's really true. Cedric orders them to capture the rebel immediately. To his surprise, no one responds. He shouts, demanding to know what the hell they're doing and why they aren't following his orders. A knight in the back says that if he wants to capture Vice Commander Bolin, he should do it himself. Cedric, furious, charges at Adrien with his sword, but to everyone's shock, Archia grabs his arm while still chewing on a giant pork leg. Cedric yells, asking what the hell she's doing and why she's so strong. He demands that she let go, but to his surprise, she throws the pork leg right at his head, knocking him unconscious, stunning the commander, Cedric's mother, and everyone else in the room. As Cedric falls to the floor, everyone is left speechless. Adrien just smiles, looking down at the completely disoriented Cedric. But then from the back, their commander tells her to stop. If she crosses the line again, she'll answer to him. Adrien then asks if it's not him who's been crossing the line all this time. After everything he's done, so many things that he probably doesn't even remember. Cedric exclaimed that those bastards dared to hurt him and that they deserved to die. The commander agreed, stating that they indeed deserved death. However, as a vassal, he couldn't harm the second young master, a member of the Lord's family. Cedric questioned what he meant, and the commander clarified that the situation was different for the woman. He had no obligation to consider a commoner who laid hands on a noble. Pointing his sword at her, he questioned whether she thought she was a noble just because she was a noble's lover, and prepared to attack her. To his surprise, others defended her, prompting him to question their actions and demand they retreat immediately. Bolin intervened, stating he wouldn't have drawn his sword if he intended to retreat, and ordered the commander to step away from the Law of Alice. The commander, puzzled, wondered what the Law of Alice meant. He found it strange that even members of Cedric's faction sided with them. Noting that most of these individuals prioritized profit over loyalty, something felt amiss. Looking back, our protagonist noticed reinforcements had arrived. Cedric began to laugh, claiming it was too late for regrets, and that including Bolin, they would all be punished for their crimes. Our protagonist countered, stating they were in the presence of the Lord, and questioned how the Viscount's knights dared to oppose their lord. Cedric ordered the immediate subjugation of those bastards and commanded everyone to attack. Our protagonist assessed that, in terms of numbers, their forces had more soldiers, but they were properly armed, whereas Cedric's faction had over 10 well-equipped soldiers. If a large-scale battle erupted, it would be a one-sided massacre. The commander questioned the futility of their actions, suggesting Cedric had become intoxicated by his own victory and forgotten his position. He emphasized that the family system couldn't be altered due to Cedric's recklessness and that only their side would suffer casualties. The commander laughed, questioning whether he wouldn't be killed immediately. However, even if he survived, only hell awaited him. Our protagonist's father instructed him to use the artifact, and his trembling mother apologized. Cedric dismissed the idea of fleeing and ordered the others to attack. As they advanced, our protagonist labeled them as miserable fools rebelling against their lord and ordered the knights to protect their lord, surprising everyone. The commander questioned his actions, and Adrien declared that anyone could see they were the traitors and that they would end this situation immediately. He instructed Archia to leave those three to him and handle the rest, then removed the illusion magic. She complied, and to everyone's shock, she swiftly decapitated all those men, leaving the commander utterly stunned. Adrien remarked that Commander Crony had just said something interesting and that a traitor needed discipline. He then struck Crony in the face with his staff. Crony couldn't believe it. The woman was now an aura master, and this gaming addict had just inflicted damage on him. The commander declared that she was an aura master and that they needed to form a formation to confront her, urging them to remain calm as they could handle her. Adrien noted that, despite everything, the commander still managed to give instructions to his subordinates, showcasing his leadership. However, he asserted that nothing would change. The commander questioned what he meant. Our protagonist declared that he was a teacher about to impart a valuable lesson and began activating multiple buffs on himself. The commander realized that magicians could use magic 2 classes below their level without casting, meaning a 7th circle magician could use 5th circle magic without casting. Consequently, our protagonist used the memorize spell, thinking that once magicians became archmages, the so-called weakness of casting nearly vanished. Our female protagonist then unleashed a fiery explosion, burning the commander's body. After he collapsed, our protagonist approached the 2 trembling individuals, stating that they were going to have a lot of fun from now on and asked if they didn't think so. Despite his injuries, the commander lunged at our protagonist, who dodged and questioned why he got up, then proceeded to beat the commander in front of the 2. After the commander fell dead, they wondered how it was possible and how Adrian Lawrence had become an archmage. Our protagonist approached them with a smirk, and they realized they were utterly doomed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man declared that Adrien had dared to lay hands on his daughter, Anna. This man was Raven Margrave, Anna's father and Cedric's grandfather. At the Margrave's residence, he watched all the footage of what had happened to his daughter and grandson. Infuriated, he noted that the video was spreading rapidly across various internet portals and platforms, and by tomorrow, most people would be aware of the situation. He dismissed the online chatter, stating that the opinions of commoners in the virtual world meant nothing. However, even among the nobility, some supported these speculations, though the most they could do was file complaints. He emphasized that no matter how valuable an archmage or aura master might be, this wasn't an era where wars could be won by 1 or 2 superhumans. Furthermore, aiding these 2 meant opposing Haven Margrave, whose military power was equivalent to that of a duke or marquess combined. It would be problematic if someone with a title equal to his, like a duke or marquess, sided with Adrien, but he deemed that highly unlikely. His butler mentioned that the royal family might intervene, but the Margrave argued that, obviously, a young archmage and aura master would attract attention. However, unless it was proven true, they could simply be labeled as imposters. As long as no one believed they were truly an archmage and aura master, there would be no issue. In this era, there is no guarantee that a video can't be artificially created, so they must announce that the video was fabricated. Through this video, they aim to expose that he is the one behind Anna and Cedric. Those foolish commoners are acting exactly as expected, merely trying to find justification, which is what they truly want. This surprises the trio greatly. They wonder why he would provoke a Margrave, but Margrave asks how many of their forces can be mobilized in a territorial war. One of the men replies that approximately half of their total forces can be deployed. For territorial defense, they can mobilize either 3 flying fortresses and 50 vanguards, or 2 flying fortresses and 200 vanguards. The Margrave then asks which forces can be mobilized immediately. The man replies 200 vanguards and 1 flying fortress. The old man says that's sufficient, while thinking that the brat they're learning about actually dared to challenge him. He declares, "Then it's war," vowing to make him regret it. Back to our boy, he thinks that they must have seen the video that was just released and are now preparing for an attack. The connection between Anna, Cedric, and Raven Margrave is unbreakable. His blade of vengeance will only be complete when it reaches Rengrave. However, before that, certain conditions must be met to solidify his position, specifically facing 3 individuals. A blonde woman then introduces herself as the daughter of Cain Riverdaz, Olivia Riverdaz. Our boy thinks Duchess Olivia Riverdaz, a mage of the Kingdom of Lewis and daughter of the famous Duke Cain Riverdaz. Although she's said to be close to reaching the 8th circle, her presence is comparable to the patriarch of the Riverdaz hymne, to which 6 archmages belong. When she says it seems real to her and the others agree it's definitely true, our boy asks whether this means they've recognized him. However, she points out that this kind of magical plaque can easily be forged in the first place. As the 3 of them confront him, he realizes they are pressuring him by resonating their magical circles together, but he manages to break that pressure and asks what it all means. The girl responds that it's amazing. The 2 others applaud him, but she says it's nothing much, they just wanted to test his abilities. One of the girls says she definitely could have verified it without resorting to such methods. However, having 7 circles doesn't mean they're all equal. She simply wanted to measure his exact level. Badre then asks, "So, does that mean I have your recognition now?" She responds that she still has many questions, but she has no reason to reject him. Our boy thinks she has a sensible way of thinking. He wonders if he were a villain who brought harm to her family, would she make the Riverdales his enemy? That would be the same as asking for death, and she doubts anyone could bear such consequences. Since his identity has been confirmed, it's all fine. Then our boy says he would like to make a request, which surprises the three of them. The next day, Markgrave asks how much longer it will take to mobilize their troops and orders them to hurry up. Just then, someone behind him asks him to take a look at a video. He asks, "What is it this time?" In the video, Olivia announces that officially, the young master Adrian Lawrence, disciple of the former Duke Riverdale, her father, has become a 7th Circle Archmage at the age of 20. This infuriates Markgrave. She says Adrien is a rare magical genius, a talent expected to reach the 8th circle, and the Riverdale family will do their best to help him and will spare no effort in supporting his growth. Anna's father realizes Adrien was one step ahead, as if he were reading his mind. She continues, saying that if anyone tries to harm Adrien, the Riverdale family will consider it an act of hostility against them. Markgrave immediately shatters the video, extremely angry, and says that they will still proceed with the plan, shocking everyone around him. He asks if they didn't hear him, they will proceed as planned. When someone asks about the royal family, he says he doesn't care. As long as they achieve their goal, they can overcome anything. Karin, standing behind him, warns him that Riverdale is backing Adrian Lawrence and that they should cancel the expedition, but the old man, still furious, says he doesn't care. They're foreigners anyway, which shocks the three. He adds that he's sure Adrien will feel relieved they won't be able to attack him, which will make the surprise attack even more effective. They must complete preparations and mobilize the troops as soon as possible. To his surprise, Adrian's eagle is silently watching them, relaying everything to Adrien. It flashes back a few moments earlier, with Olivia asking if he really wants to hold a press conference and whether that's what he's requesting. Adrien confirms, and she says she now understands the situation he's in. If he wants, she can offer him more support as a fellow disciple. But Adrien replies no, she only needs to reveal that he is a disciple of the former Duke Riverdale and a 7th Circle Archmage. He doesn't need anything more, which leaves her slightly doubtful. Smiling, our boy tells Archia that it's time to go. He thinks that, when it comes to his vengeance, he doesn't want to depend on anyone. He wonders, isn't revenge something one pursues for personal satisfaction? Everything must go according to his plan, under his leadership. We return again to that moment, with her asking why and Adrien answering, "They are my prey, and I don't want to share the joy of hunting them with anyone else." In the dungeons, they manage to break free and begin to flee. In Anna's hand is a key. As they run for their lives, she says that living like this is the same as being dead, and her father will never leave them alone. Cedric asks if they're really going to do this, but she replies, "What else can we do? We can't live like this." Cedric agrees, and she tells him to shut up and keep running. Now on the roof, she looks at the sky and clicks the key. A message appears and she is transported to the airborne fortress. Upon arrival, they remove their cloaks and she says that the peasant is truly something, but she'll make sure he dies. If he really thinks she's going to stand by, he's wrong. With that flying fortress, she can destroy both him and the viscount. With her key, she activates the fortress. The system asks who she is and she responds, "Anna Lawrence, her identity is verified." When asked if she is trying to activate the fortress under threat, she says no. The activation is then completed. Anna orders the main cannon, Firestorm, to be prepared, aimed at Viscount Lawrence and fired on her command. But to her surprise, our boy tells her to shut up, saying she acted exactly as he predicted. He thanks her for unlocking the fortress's security. She wonders when he got inside, but to her shock, Archia has already defeated everyone and is holding Cedric. Our hero says that trying to shoot the Viscount with a flying fortress only adds to her list of crimes, and the Marquis Raven's troops are almost here. She and her brother will have to protect this land with their own bodies. This stuns her. Our boy says, "That's what I wanted to see. If you're guilty, then you should be nervous. Do you really think your crime should make you so proud?" He then throws her to the ground and says the fortress had many layers of security, but she kindly unlocked them all for him. Anna tells Adrien she's not sure what he's trying to do, but suggests they calm down and talk, as emotions are running high. But our hero isn't someone who tried to blow up a viscount just to talk. Then Archia starts beating Cedric. Our hero simply tells her to bring him over and she throws him beside his mother. Cedric asks why Adrien is doing this, since they're brothers, but our hero says that even brothers had a great shield above them. Archia then asks what they should do with the knights, who begin begging for forgiveness. Our hero suspects they're from Marquis Raven. He plans to send them back, but to their surprise, he simply opens the door and throws them out of the ship. He tells Archia he forgot to upload the video and asks her to edit and upload it for him. Meanwhile, the other two are banging on the barrier, begging to be released. With that, our boy says he will use media platforms politically. He posts the video of Anna aiming the fortress's main cannon at Viscount Lawrence's house. Upon seeing the video, Mark asks if he can just kill all the commoners making those stupid comments. Mardo says it's possible, but not easy. The site is under the jurisdiction of the Union of Elia, which doesn't release users' personal information unless it's a serious crime. The Marquess says those damned Elia people are truly stubborn. One of the men behind him says a flying fortress is fully operational with 200 vanguards and everyone is ready. The Marquess orders them not to fail and to depart now. The mages activate teleportation magic. As the ship vanishes, the Marquess watches and wonders if he should have gone in person. Meanwhile, his daughter, still inside the barrier, screams for her father not to come. Suddenly, above the airborne fortress, the Marques's army appears in the sky. Our boy says, they've arrived. Inside the fortress, the monowave begins, shocking the two inside. They start screaming Adrian's name, apologizing, promising never to do anything again. But our hero says what he's doing now is something he learned in war. It's called a suicide bomb. With the Marques's army right above the flying fortress, the two scream in terror. Our boy raises his glass and waves goodbye to Madame Anna and Cedric, who watches from the sky as the fortress explodes with both of them inside. As he laughs, he thinks, some may say revenge is meaningless, but he strongly disagrees. He asks Archia if she wants to make a wish. She replies, "What do you mean?" He explains that they should make wishes while watching fireworks. He thinks alcohol has never tasted so good. It's the era of magic. August 15, 2019. He has erased Anna and Cedric and caused great disruption in this world. But now he has achieved his absolute freedom, simply watching those fortresses and ships explode beautifully. Back in Marquess Margrave's office, he asks why the hell there's no communication. The operation should have ended by now. He wonders if the communication system failed. Still anxious, he then asks about the spies they sent. One of the men replies that they've lost contact with all of them. Marco Lev asks, "Are they playing with me?" One of the other men suggests that perhaps this entire situation was planned in advance. This infuriates the Marquess even more. He wonders how long this has been happening. If it's true, it means he's been in the palm of that boy's hand all along, a boy young enough to be his grandson. But then, to everyone's surprise, someone enters the room calling out to His Grace and says he was searching for online articles related to the Lawrence territory. This article was posted 3 minutes ago, and Marquez asks what it is. This scene shifts back to Viscounty Lawrence. After that explosion happens, the vanguards below are protecting the territory and hearing more and more explosions, with debris falling to the ground. Watching everything unfold is none other than Marquess Margrave. The butler says that, according to the video, an evacuation warning was issued an hour ago and all the residents of the Viscounty of Lawrence had already evacuated. The article says that while communication was completely cut off, a large explosion suddenly occurred in the sky, and they have just confirmed that communication has been restored. Along with it, there was an announcement made by the Lord's castle. Filled with rage, the Marquis slams his desk, shocking those around him. He begins to destroy his entire office and asks how many troops they can deploy right now. One of them responds that they can either send 65 vanguards or 25 vanguards in one aerial fortress. The Marquis reflects that if previously the deployed troops had a force equal to 5 aerial fortresses, then based on the video, it's clear that Adrien sacrificed his aerial fortress in a suicidal attack. Regardless of how old Adrien's fortress was, it should not have suffered any damage, yet its explosion released a massive flow of mana, tearing everything apart. This means Adrien knew his movements perfectly. Still, the Marquis believes Adrien could not possibly repeat such a feat a second time. The butler then says that unfortunately, this number of troops is not enough to overpower Viscounty Lawrence. They also received an emergency message from the imperial family, stating that the use of force against Lawrence is strictly forbidden. This surprises the old man greatly, and he begins to laugh, once again shocking everyone present. He asks, "So this is the price for underestimating that bastard. Damage recovery is still possible, but it will take time and the costs are astronomical. Approximately 15 trillion to build an aerial fortress, at least 50 billion for vanguard equipment, and around 30 trillion for damage restoration alone." He laments that the power his family developed over generations has collapsed because of a single mistake. Then he asks, "Has communication with Ares been restored?" The butler replies yes, and the Marquis orders him to immediately connect him with Adrien. Meanwhile, a great eagle in the sky is described. It is the same as Archia, a support unit, but its basic function is entirely different. While Archia is versatile like a human being, a Granig is a support type strictly focused on observation, able to relay both vision and sound to Adrien. Adrien, our protagonist, comments that the Marquis is shameless enough to call him directly. The Marquis admits that Adrien's skills and tricks worked well this time, but warns that it is a grave mistake to think he can continue like this in the future. Adrien calmly replies that the Marquis should not worry because his revenge will only be complete with the Marquis's death and the fall of his family. The Marquis asks if he just said revenge. Adrien explains that the Marquis must not know how much Madame and the eldest son loved their aerial fortress. He left them inside, betting they must have been satisfied since he had prepared such an expensive cremation ceremony for them. Enraged, the Marquis says that just because Adrien's strategy worked once, he has forgotten how terrifying the world truly is. He vows never to forget this humiliation and promises Adrien will pay 1,000-fold, but Adrien, seeing how furious and noisy the Marquis is, realizes that he does not even care about the deaths of Amy and Cedric. Truly they were pitiful after all their arrogance, they were nothing but tools. Adrien then asks the Marquis if he is inside the octagon of the Lord's castle. The Marquis is confused, asks what he means. Adrien replies that he has prepared a gift for him which should be arriving right about now. The Marquis wonders what it could be. Adrien asks if he has heard of memory magic, an advanced magical technique that reduces casting time by storing up to 10 spells. He then asks what the Marquis thinks would happen if he stored 10 seventh circle spells. "Don't you think they could even shatter the Lord Heaven Castle's shield, the one you're so proud of?" Looking outside, the Marquis sees multiple spells aiming directly at the building, shocking everyone present. Adrien declares that the gift he sent is none other than 10 seventh circle blasts. Instantly all of them are cast together, merging into a devastating force that directly tears through the shield. Adrien listens with satisfaction to the terrified reactions on the other side. The old raven screams Adrien's name in desperation, but Adrien simply laughs, saying he will pray for their safety. He then ends the call. Immediately after, Belen appears behind him, reporting that as ordered they have gathered reporters in the conference hall. Walking through the mansion, all the butlers and maids bow before Adrien, trembling in fear. Adrien looks at them and thinks how amusing it is among all the servants of the Lord's castle there wasn't a single one who didn't despise him, and now they tremble just at the sight of him. It is time to say farewell to his former self, the fool who pretended to be an idiot. The second act of his splendid life has just begun. After this event, the internet could only talk about Viscount Lawrence and how Marquis Haven had secretly mobilized an aerial fortress and 200 vanguards, but everything turned to dust within seconds. Some blamed Adrien for copying a tactic once used in the war against the Kuzan Empire. However, others argued that people should not forget that it was Marquis Haven who planned the ambush. In the midst of that chaos and humiliating defeat, the young prodigy Adrian Lawrence brought down Marquis Markgrave. Reading about it, Adrien thought to himself that now he had gained 1 million followers in just a single day. He had become an influencer. William admitted that he was worried people might pressure Adrien for toppling such a renowned noble. But Sor asked, "What's the point of caring about what others think?" Smiling, Adrien replied that he would never be shaken again. William reflected on how Adrien had lived his entire life under pressure. The incident with the Marquis stirred controversy both inside and outside the country. Some articles criticized him, since the Haven family was still standing. However, public opinion overwhelmingly favored Adrien. This even drew neutral people to his side. Adrien thought to himself that commoners were basically treated as slaves by the nobility. But unlike others, he could benefit from public support. He needed to prove that he was different from the nobles, and he would do so by constantly communicating with the people, posting photos and interacting with them. He realized that discrimination against commoners was a deeply rooted social problem in noble society at Handel. Not because commoners were inferior but because nobles had made it so. To his surprise, his father then entered the room, holding a letter. He said that a summons had arrived for Adrien. Adrien asked if it was serious. Reading the letter, he saw that it ordered Sir Adrian Lawrence and Madame Archia Kane to appear before the inspection council. The wording was short and authoritative. Adrien considered three possibilities. First, it was a move by Marquis Haven. Second, that the nobles were planning to suppress him, or third, that the royal council itself wanted to bring him under control, since they would not send such an order if they merely wished to befriend him. His father asked if he had any plan. Adrien confidently replied, "Of course," then asked his father what nobles valued most. His father answered, "Money." Adrien agreed, saying he would change their opinions with money, since even the royalty would be interested in that. His father, however, asked for a more detailed explanation. Adrien explained that he had made a great deal of money through investments. If he offered bribes, it would certainly change the nobles' minds. This shocked everyone in the room. They questioned him, saying he didn't seem very happy, but Adrien insisted it was better to show than to talk. He revealed his bank account, which left Billiam stunned. "Incredible. How did you gather 60 billion in cash?" he asked. Adrien corrected him, saying he should look again. There were 4 commas, not 3. It wasn't 60 billion but 60 trillion lotus. Adrien admitted he had simply been lucky. Billiam asked if he could see into the future, while his father said the nobles would go crazy over that fortune. Adrien then asked how much of it might be taxed. His father answered that at least 1/10 would be taken. Adrien recalled hearing that if a noble paid a large tax, the royal family would grant exemptions. His father confirmed this, saying that based on how the royal family operated, Adrien could expect to pay almost no tax on half of his declared income. Adrien thought this was acceptable. He had planned to use the money anyway, though losing 1/5 of it was still a huge amount. His father then asked if there was anything else he wished to buy. Adrien replied yes, he was considering aerial fortresses and vanguards. Soon after, shocking news spread worldwide. Adrian Lawrence had officially declared taxes on the money he earned through investments, and the amount was an astronomical 60 trillion. The entire noble society was shaken. Coches was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He laughed, saying, "That guy is completely insane. He really does enjoy surprising everyone." His wife asked if Adrien was the same young man he had mentioned before. Coches confirmed, but said that now Adrien should be addressed as the Great Mage, for he had reached the 7th circle. He even said he wished Michelle could meet Adrien, but in just a few days the boy had become far too influential. His wife suggested they should do something, as she would love to have Adrien as a son-in-law, but their daughter slammed the table, declaring that while Adrien was exactly her type, she did not want someone who only relied on their partner. She insisted she would gain her own authority by herself. Her mother asked how, and Michelle answered that once she discovered the legacy of Archimage Lucas, she would be able to have anyone she wanted. Her mother tugged her ear, asking when she would finally grow up. Her father watched them and asked why she felt that way. To him it made perfect sense. If Adrien really was the one who found the legacy of Archimage Lucas, that would explain his confidence. But Michelle countered, saying the Riverdale family had already accepted Adrien as a member. Watts responded that this was perfect, since Adrien did not yet have a strong public presence. He could hide behind the Riverdale family until he obtained the title of Lord Mage. Michelle objected, saying the royal family had confirmed all his money came from investments. Watts then wondered if perhaps there was a secret agreement between King Verdeo and the royal family. Their daughter teased him for believing in conspiracy theories, But before they could argue further, urgent news arrived. The Republic of Prios had just announced that they had found the one who discovered the legacy of Manuel Lucas. Everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, inside the tower of Manuel Lucas, Adrien thought it would be easier if he absorbed all of the research books as skills. Tomorrow he would need to attend an inspection with Archia, and the day after tomorrow a royal banquet awaited him. The following day he planned to search for aerial fortresses and vanguard equipment. He cannot leave the game because he is too busy. He needs to stay logged in as long as possible in order to gain more power. While searching through the books, he thinks that at least 1% of the thousands of research volumes must contain military studies. It seems that Archduke Lucas, who invented and changed the course of war, was still a man who longed for peace. The research he devoted most of his time to was dimensional teleportation. He never married, nor did he ever take on a disciple. He spent his entire life researching a way to return home. Everyone says he was the one who changed the world, but the truth is that he simply missed his home. The reason he left behind traces showing that he came from Earth was most likely so that someone from his homeland could find them. Sadly, that only happened after his death, and his legacy became his final hope. The dimensional teleportation spell makes it clear that he wanted to return, but Adrien decides he will not become obsessed with that. He thinks it would be wonderful if he could go back and forth freely between the two worlds. Perhaps what Manuel Lucas truly wanted was someone who would finish his resorts. If that is the case, Adrien resolves to do his best. Yet the humble Archduke Lucas seems to tell him that he himself is being too modest. With that, Adrien says he has something to ask. He wonders if they will try to catch him while he is laundering money. Karen replies that there is only a small chance of that happening. If investigators were to track every single investor in the world and combine all the transactions, they would see there is more money than exchanges actually recorded. Adrien thinks to himself that indeed, no one would ever go to such lengths. Covering up the incident with the Marquis using money was a good idea, but now there is far too much attention on him. After all, he is a great mage of the seventh circle, and he also has Archia, a master of aura, by his side. If anyone were to discover that he was the one who inherited the legacy of Manuel Lucas, there is a chance he could lose everything he has. Therefore, he must be absolutely certain to keep this secret. That is why he came up with the plan of the false lucky heir. He asks, how is the operation of the false heir going? And what operation is that? Well, you will have to find out in the next video of this series, so of course don't forget to like this video. So he must be certain to keep his secret safe. That is why he devised a plan, the plan of the false lucky heir. He asks how the operation of the false heir is progressing. The scene then shifts to the Empire of Prius, where a grand parade is taking place, with everyone celebrating and shouting, "Long live Louis Falmont." The young man at the center of the parade smiles, thinking this is exactly what he wanted, for them to continue celebrating him as their savior. This young man is the false heir of luck. At 29 years old, he is an intelligent agent of the Republic of Prius, and the son of President Archia. Yet behind the scenes he is nothing more than a spoiled second-generation rich kid constantly stirring trouble by using his father's name. Without even realizing it, he has become a pawn in Adrien's plan, the false lucky heir operation. Its purpose is simple: make someone else appear to be the heir of Manuel Lucas's legacy, drawing the world's attention away from Adrien and buying him precious time until he reaches the ninth circle. Back in the library, Adrien admits that although he doesn't feel guilty about handing a bomb like this into that man's hands, it still bothers him to let Manuel Lucas's name be tied to someone like him. But the little one tells him there's nothing to be done. Adrien isn't strong enough yet to protect the legacy on his own. Adrien reflects on the Republic of Prius, considered one of the four greatest empires of Honda. It is practically the only nation that accepts democracy and elects its president. But in reality, corruption and backroom deals between politicians and businessmen are its foundation. The legislature and the media are nothing more than the government's lapdogs. In truth, it is no different from a dictatorship, as the president has held power for 14 years. Adrien comments that this scheme might help increase the president's approval rating. Perrault agrees, though he adds that the country's situation would not change with or without this news. Adrien quietly hopes that no one else will become a victim because of this incident. Meanwhile, Manuel Lucas's spirit remarks that once the truth about the false lucky heir is exposed, it will be difficult for Luis and the president to remain unscathed. In the long run, their actions will bring about major changes in the corrupt regime of Prius. Adrien asks that innocent victims be identified so that he can prevent further suffering. The little master says he would prefer to refuse, but agrees to his request this time, admitting that the reason they've come this far is due to Adrien's lack of consideration. Still, he finds it unexpected that Adrien would care so much for the lives of others. He asks him, "Didn't you kill Cedric and Marquis Haven's forces without hesitation?" Adrien answers firmly, "Because they were my enemies. That's different." The little master agrees, saying that it is the right mentality to show no mercy to enemies while doing everything possible to protect innocents. In those moments, Adrien almost seems more human than an artificial being. He wonders if once he reaches the ninth circle he would be able to create beings like Archia and Chester. His little master then asks if he still does not want to use his last administrator's privilege. Adrien shakes his head, "Not yet. He will save it for the very last resort. For now his level is 205 and it will take time before he reaches level 250, the first condition to begin the 8th legacy mission." The three of them then pass through a door, but the scene shifts to a mansion. Inside, the servants whisper among themselves. They say they've heard that Lord Lawrence is planning to buy 5 aerial fortresses. Some wonder if it's even possible, since the maximum number of fortresses a baron or viscount is allowed is 1. Others say he is even planning to gather the maximum number of vanguard forces. Some of the maids ask if it is truly safe for one family to hold so much military strength. Dioclus replies that of course it is. After all, titles are granted based on merit, and if talents like Adrien were treated carelessly, they might defect to another nation. He is not only a great noble in name, but also someone who will be granted the military power fitting of his station. In other words, there is a new rising power within the Hayward Kingdom. The maids continue chatting, but one of them warns they should stop. When asked why, she explains that Lady Archia has just summoned her and she must hurry. Immediately the three of them begin fighting over who should go in her place, since they take turns serving. Eventually one of them wins the argument and heads off. She thinks about how ever since most of Lord Adrien's servants had sided with Inanna, who is now dead, they all feel as though they are walking on eggshells every day. Even though the Lawrence family members do not wish to face their young master because of the sins they committed against him in the past, none of them want to lose such a good job with its fine working conditions and secure future. When the maid enters Adrien's room with his snacks, he thanks her politely. She reflects that the reason they argued earlier was to decide who would serve Lady Archia instead, since she is much easier to attend to. As she delivers Archia's breakfast, she notices that Archia is the complete opposite of her intimidating title, Aura Master. The lady has a gentle personality and often shows a kind smile. Blushing, the maid thinks about how amazing it is that someone from such a common background just like her could rise all the way to the rank of countess purely by her own power. Staring at her, the maid is lost in thought until Archia asks softly if she wishes to say something. The maid hesitates, then asks if she might pose a question. Archia smiles and nods. The maid gathers her courage and asks, "Will the young Lord Adrien?" The maid nervously asked if Lord Adrien planned to dismiss the castle's workers. Archia reassured her, saying that Adrien was a good person who absolutely hated making others suffer on his behalf. But then her expression turned serious. She added that while Adrien was kind, he was also cold toward his enemies. Fixing her aura's pressure on the maid, she asked if by chance she was Adrien's enemy. Trembling in fear, the maid quickly answered, "Of course not." Archia smiled softly and said, "Then everything is fine." Terrified, the maid bolted from the room, almost bumping into Adrien on the way out. She kept apologizing as she ran off. From that day forward, a rumor spread throughout the estate. Adrien never forgot either kindness or betrayal, while Lady Archia was merciless toward anyone who dared trouble the man she loved. Later, one of Adrien's new recruits nervously asked if he could really follow them inside the royal castle. Adrien replied yes, and asked what he meant. The boy explained that he and Surak were still weak compared to others. Adrian thought back to the war against the Cry Empire when he had been preparing something besides building strength, identifying talents with great potential using his magical glasses. Eric commented that he didn't believe the young lord had summoned them without reason, that Adrian surely had a plan. Adrian admitted that if one could call it a plan, it was simply that he had chosen them because they had a bit more experience. Currently, Adrian had 4 Vanguard escorts, and together with Lopes and Eric, members of the Institute of Talents, they were on their way to the royal castle to be inspected by the auditor. Adrian warned them that many nobles would likely be present today. If they were lucky, they might even see members of the royal family. He reminded them to carefully observe the individuals leading the kingdom. The blond boy nodded eagerly, promising to do his best, while Adrian thought to himself that the boy would need to grow more confident if he wished to succeed in the future. The driver then announced they were arriving at the teleportation portal. Adrian instructed him to proceed. Once they passed through, they arrived in another city. The young recruit gazed in awe out the window, enchanted by the sight, while Adrian quietly reflected that they had finally reached the capital of the Habert Kingdom, the city of Leonal. As soon as they stepped out of the carriage, crowds of people whispered excitedly, remarking that Adrian and his companions looked even more handsome in person. They made their way toward the Royal Administrative Building. At the entrance, a butler commented on their popularity. Adrian dismissed it, saying it was only the media that had placed them in the spotlight, but the butler replied that Adrian had no idea how frenzied the public had become over him recently, much to the displeasure of the higher nobility. This revelation surprised Adrian. The butler continued, explaining that Adrian had become famous among the non-heir nobles, admired for earning his position entirely on his own merit. Adrian put on his magical glasses and identified the man as Baron Harris, also known as Baron Walker, the leader of the noble inspectors. His talents included intelligence, administrative power, leadership, and learning ability. Adrian greeted him as Baron Walker. Embarrassed, the man apologized for speaking too much and asked Adrian to forget his words, but to his surprise, Adrian replied that he wasn't referring to that. Instead, Adrian handed him a card. Baron Walker asked if that wasn't Adrian's personal card, and Adrian explained that when he acquired his own territory, he would be looking for a skilled administrator to manage it. If Baron Walker were interested, Adrian asked that he please get in touch, promising the best treatment possible. The offer left the Baron astonished. Soon after, Skywalker announced that they had arrived at the royal palace and would be entering Investigation Chamber 1. He explained that only Sir Adrian Lawrence and Lady Archia Klein could go inside and that the inspection would last 2 to 3 hours. The others were asked to wait in the lounge. Adrian, however, told them to walk around and that he would call them once the investigation ended. They all agreed and wished the pair safety. Baron Walker also cautioned Adrian to be careful since it was impossible to know what might happen inside. Adrian smiled, thanked him for the advice, and thought to himself that he always had the option of leaving the country if things went wrong. Upon entering, Adrian and Archia found themselves surrounded by several figures. To Adrian's surprise, he immediately understood Baron Walker's concern. 2 powerful figures were present: the Chief Inspector of the Nobility Douglas Hamilton, and the Second Prince, Luke Win Hyde. Adrian wondered why the Second Prince himself was sitting before him. He greeted them respectfully, calling it an honor to meet the commander of the Royal Guard. The prince responded, remarking that he already knew Adrian was no ordinary man. He was, in fact, an archmage. Adrian answered sharply that had he not known the prince's identity, he might have thought him a spy for such words. The prince only asked Adrian to raise his head. Using his glasses, Adrian observed the prince's talents: aura, physical strength, learning ability, average intelligence, average leadership, and average administrative power. He reasoned that the prince must have trained under an aura master and consumed rare elixirs to become one himself. The prince declared that he would personally lead the investigation. Adrian replied that if this was the chief inspector's decision, then he had no objection. The 2 locked eyes, each scrutinizing the other. Adrian, noting the prince's unease, curious, he asked the inspector to confirm whether this arrangement was official. The inspector apologized for seeming disrespectful and explained that he had only wanted to clarify the prince's authority. The prince assured them it was no problem and asked them to sit so the investigation could begin. Throughout the questioning, nothing significant arose. Even if something had, Adrien had already prepared his alibi. But during their conversation, the elderly man beside the prince suddenly asked why Adrien had caused such one-sided damage to Marquis Haven. The prince corrected him, saying he made it sound like an ambush, when in truth it had been a territorial dispute. The three men debated the matter while Adrien silently considered his next move. He was worried that his relationship with him might be one of hostility, but he seemed to be a fair person. Then the prince said there was no reason to continue the investigation, as there was nothing to look into. However, the elder beside him argued that Marquis Revan was a considerable force on their side. Our boy thought to himself that he could hear everything being said, and he realized that including Hamilton, most of the noble inspectors were aligned with the prince. Some were also on Marquis Revan's side. Perhaps Prince Luke had developed some hostility toward him due to the influence of others and not by his own will. The prince then said that he was basically asking him to be rational and they would end it for now. He called Sir Lawrence and stated that he did not like stalling, preferring to go straight to the main point. He was competing with his brother for the crown, and until recently the competition was fair. However, things changed when Adrien appeared, especially regarding Marquis Raven, one of his main influential forces, who was defeated by him. Our boy apologized, but the prince said he did not blame him, as the incident was entirely Raven's fault. Still, if Adrien had sided with his brother, it would have been even worse for him. That was why he wanted to ask him directly before his brother did. Adrien then understood, this was the real reason the prince had joined the investigation. The first prince was already the crown prince, but there was opposition because the second prince had become an aura master, balancing the scales. The second prince had gone this far even while knowing that the first prince had the right of inheritance in higher status, which meant things were in his favor. Although Marquis Raven's forces had been dissolved, it was not enough to cause a major impact. The real issue was Adrien and Archia, who had suddenly appeared. They not only had individual abilities but also financial backing. They were a heavy weight that could disrupt the balance. Still, Adrien thought there was no real benefit for him to get involved in political struggles. Above all, he had not even received his noble title yet. The prince then said that was precisely why it was more important. If Adrien joined him, he would elevate his status as an archmage, recognize his achievements in the last war, and support him in obtaining the title of Marquis. This greatly surprised Adrien, as becoming a Marquis would put him one step away from being a duke. He asked if that was really possible, and the prince replied that it was not, but he could make it happen. He mentioned that the Marinikov territory looked promising. Adrien thought that he had intended to remain neutral, but the prince was truly tempting him. He then said that it was indeed a very good offer and asked if he was really worth all that. The prince told him he was worth even more than he thought, and also pointed out that he had a beautiful aura master at his side. When the prince looked at Archia with that expression, Adrien grew serious. He asked if he could at least think about it for a while, which surprised the prince. The prince replied that it was fine. Mages were known for being cautious, especially one who had lived most of his life in hiding. He gave him a week to think about it and said that would be enough. Adrien expressed his gratitude for his consideration. As they stared at each other, the prince asked if Adrien did not believe that the crown should belong to someone with greater abilities. If the crown prince inherited the throne, the Herit kingdom would perish, he said, and as a noble, Adrien should consider the future of the country. Adrien replied that he would reflect on those words. Then he walked toward Madame Clen and remarked that she was smaller than he had expected. It was surprising that she was actually an aura master. She thanked him, and he said that perhaps they could duel later. She was the first female aura master he had ever seen. She accepted with a cold expression, saying it would be a pleasure. He said she was quite cold and that he would see her next time. As Adrien was leaving, the head inspector of the nobles passed by him and said that he had better stop thinking and accept the offer, because he was not used to being rejected. When they finally left, Adrien thought that he had only been stalling and that everything so far had just been formalities. Now he wondered what he should do, return home or wander around. He asked Archia if she was hungry. She said she was not very hungry but would really like to eat. Adrien thought she always only cared about food, and he remembered once more the smirk of the second prince, who had touched her hand and shoulder. To their surprise, someone appeared behind them saying that it was perfect, as he also knew many restaurants. A blond young man smiled at Adrien, leaving him and Archia shocked. Adrien wondered who this person was. Looking at him more closely, he realized he was none other than the first prince, Prince Michael van Huyt, a fifth circle mage. His talents included extremely high intelligence, extremely high learning ability, very high administration, high command, high political skill, but low mana, low aura, and low physical ability. Adrien thought it strange that the first prince was walking around so casually with no one noticing his presence. The prince said that they really were an archmage and an aura master, and it seemed they had recognized him. He commented that his disguise spell did not work on people who were not idiots like his brother. Adrien thought the way he was speaking did not resemble how a crown prince should sound. One thing came directly to his mind as he stared at him. He was certain he could never afford to make this person his enemy. So, he told the prince that he expected a luxurious dinner. The prince replied with a smile that he would guide them to the right place. As they walked together, Adrien thought to himself that the prince's profile was far too good for a mere human. His talents were heavily focused on politics and administration, but he had never seen anyone with three extremely high attributes, except for Archia. Actually, upon reconsideration, Prince Michael was even superior to Archia in terms of overall talents. Her strengths were concentrated mainly on her swordsmanship, while his were broad and deeply influential. His mana is low, but he became a high mage with his intelligence. Then the prince says that it seems she has many questions about him, while Adrien says that he is even more mysterious than his younger brother. The prince replies that they have arrived, and when they enter, Adrien asks if this is a teleportation room. He thought they couldn't use this type of spell inside the castle, and asks if there is a barrier of interruption around the entire place. The prince asks if he didn't know. The castle is filled with electric stones underneath, and sometimes they conflict with mana, causing interruptions in teleportation spells, but if he presses the button, that barrier is undone, and Adrien realizes he just disabled the interruption spell. The prince then says that they will be going now, while Adrien thinks in his head that he knows this person is not ordinary and wonders who this crown prince truly is. After they move to another place, the prince says they will enter here, and things will be more relaxed. Once again, he presses the button and activates the barrier, saying that the interruption spell is functioning again. Adrien thinks that it is the prince who is controlling it. The second prince probably has no idea that the first prince is playing with the castle's security, but there is no way for him to know because he is just an idiot. Adrien wonders if he should say that it is an honor to meet the crown prince, and the prince replies that yes, it is also an honor to meet them. The butler then asks if they are back, and Michael asks if the food is ready. The butler says yes. Adrien asks if this is the crown prince's palace, and the blonde prince confirms that it is exactly so. The head chef of this palace was personally hired, and he can guarantee he is one of the best in the country. The prince then asks if Adrien knew that he follows him on SNS. Adrien asks if he is serious, and the prince says yes. His username there is Grandos Eyes Closed. He explains that nobles usually do not care about the virtual world, but he does. He enjoys it very much. Adrien thinks that Michael van Huyt, despite having the title of crown prince, treats him like his best friend, and it doesn't seem like he is pretending. It is definitely not the way the second prince treated him. The two are complete opposites. Adrien notes that Michael seems to have a sense of humor, and the prince says yes, he loved seeing Adrien mocking Marquis Raven. He thought his appearance was more important to achieving that number of followers. Adrien replies that yes, it was very important. While the butler serves food to Archia, she immediately starts drooling. Adrien says that he saw the prince's fan club greeting him at the castle entrance. The prince agrees, and in the middle of the meal, Adrien asks why he invited them there. The prince asks if he doesn't already know, and Adrien says maybe he is recruiting him. The blonde prince confirms, and Adrien asks what he expects them to offer, but Michael says that unfortunately he cannot offer anything for now. Then Adrien asks if he will promise benefits if he ascends the throne. The prince says yes, but he will not stop Adrien from receiving the title of viscount, which surprises Adrien greatly. Michael explains that a viscount title is not something easily given, and even more difficult now that power is divided. It seems that Prince Luke promised Adrien the title thinking he had the power and influence to make it happen, but if the people on his side disagree, they can prevent him from getting it. Adrien thinks that this really makes sense. The reason Michael cannot offer a title like Prince Luke is because he knows it is an empty promise. If he could only watch the other side grow stronger, that would be foolish. By saying that he will not oppose Adrien becoming a viscount, he is basically saying that he will help him obtain it while still siding with the second prince. If Michael says Adrien will gain a title for joining Luke's side but that he and his faction will not oppose it, then Adrien will acquire it easily. That is why Michael tells him he should consider his side. Adrien thinks that this is not bad. He is the decisive card in this game, and whichever side he joins will gain an advantage. If he accepts Michael's offer, he can obtain the title and support the crown prince. But if he refuses, his title will vanish, and he will be forced to join the second prince. Adrien says that there is more than one choice, but only one answer. The prince asks what it is, and Adrien says yes, he will do as he says. Prince Michael asks if he is sure and if he doesn't need time to think. But Adrien says yes, he deserves the throne more than the second prince. The prince tells him he cannot say all this and then side with Luke after receiving the title. Adrien replies that he cannot betray one who supports him, while Archia listens silently and continues eating. The prince then asks which side Madame Clen will choose. Adrien thinks that the interesting part about the first prince is how different he is from the malicious second prince, which makes him feel better. Adrien then asks Archia what she thinks. She says that if Adrien is comfortable with it, she will follow him. He asks if she really means it, and he thinks that he knew she would say that, but it still makes him feel a little uneasy. The blonde prince says that they are great together. Adrien then says that he has a question. He agrees to join Prince Luke's side to obtain the title, but he asks if Michael does not think it would be suspicious if he didn't react. The prince says yes, and that is why he will pretend to oppose him and then withdraw later. Adrien thinks that yes, it is a clean move to avoid suspicion, but still not enough. He suggests that instead of simply doing that, Michael should take something from Luke to allow Adrien to secure the title. This surprises Prince Michael, who asks what he means. Adrien thinks that there is no reason to just give up without gaining something in return. He explains that Marquis Raven suffered a great loss by crossing him, losing 40% of his power because of his emotions while defending his territory. Adrien thinks that Raven does not deserve the title of Marquis. Michael asked if he wanted to take the title from Marquis Raven in order to give him the title of viscount, and our boy replied that he thought it was a fair deal. It would cause great damage to Luke's side by demoting Marquis Raven to a count. Michael then said that it sounded personal, and Adrien admitted he wouldn't deny it, while thinking that he always feels happy whenever he can hurt his enemy. He imagined it as having a knife pointed at someone there was no way he wouldn't stab. The prince asked, and what if Luke refuses? But Adrien suggested that promoting some of his own followers to Marquis would also be a good move. Since he was earning the title of viscount for his war merits, it would also make sense to promote one of the counts who had also contributed during the war. He thought that there was a big difference between a newly appointed viscount from the second prince's side and a count of the first prince becoming a marquis. He could become a viscount who was also an archmage. If the plan went well, he would be able to maximize his gains through betrayal. He then realized that the prince felt both suspicious and allied with him, mixed with confusion and interest. When Adrien asked his opinion, the prince apologized, saying that he was just a little surprised. He then asked Sir Lawrence to tell him whom Adrien had met from the second prince's side before him while looking very serious. Our boy wadded what he meant, and Sir Lawrence listed Baron Walker Ruggio, Prince Luke, Viscount Hamilton, and 6 other inspectors who had interrogated him. That made a total of 9 people. They asked if perhaps he had done something wrong, and the prince seemed quite surprised. Meanwhile, Adrien noticed that his own status showed curious, confused ally and admiration. Then he said that now he understood they had both thought the same thing. The prince agreed and asked if Adrien could read people's minds, because he had quickly grasped part of his betrayal plan. Adrien thought to himself that he couldn't read minds directly, but he could guess through the information on his glasses. The prince called him incredible, saying he had also been considering those two as part of his plan. Adrien replied that suggesting a plan which the prince had already thought of was even more impressive. But the prince added that it showed how amazing Adrian's decision-making was, and that reaching the seventh circle at his age was no small feat. He truly didn't want to make him an enemy, they should be friends. Our boy thought the same. Then the prince handed him a phone. When Adrien asked what it was, the prince explained that it was a secure phone impossible to trace. He would call him when there was something important to discuss. He added that today's meal had been both fun and productive, and that they should now return using the teleportation circle. He waved goodbye to the two of them, and Adrien replied that they would see each other around. After returning, Adrien asked where they were, and Archia told him they were in the warehouse near the entrance. As they walked away, Adrien thought to himself that the first prince was indeed a very cautious person. But turning the corner, he noticed the two of them carrying bags full of shopping, and they were startled upon seeing him. He asked what they were hiding, but Archia nudged him. When he looked closer, he realized they had bought decorations and gifts with their own faces printed on them. Even their clothes were being sold. Adrien wondered why such things were being sold in the souvenir shops of the castle. Archia glanced at their bags and said that they were otakos. Later it was reported that the Prios Empire had grown by 12% within a year, but severe corruption made the government hesitant to attempt the introduction of a republic. Signs of inflation were being pushed aside as the Republic of Prios focused on military strength. The hope of the republic rested entirely in the hands of the heir of the legacy, Louis Felmont, the son of the president. News outlets began to question whether the legacy of Archimage Lucas had really been acquired by the president's son. These reports eventually reached a palace, where an old man shouted in rage asking how the legacy of Archimage and Lucas could have ended up in the hands of those nations. This was the palace of the Brigham Empire, known as the Castle of the Golden Dragon. The old man was Emperor Edward Brigham. He declared that the legacy should have belonged to him, since his country was the birthplace of Manuel Lucas, the nation that had guided him into the Golden Age. He demanded of his servants whether they had really invested money and effort into seeking out this legacy, only to fail to find it. All of them apologized, and the emperor grew furious, summoning the director of intelligence, Countess Elfridge, a seventh circle mage. He asked her what she thought, and whether she truly believed the claims of those bastards. She replied that she was only half convinced. When he asked what she meant, she explained that she had examined their exploration process, and it was very outdated compared to theirs. The location was also random, and they likely hadn't expected to find the legacy there. If it had been so easy to find, it would have been discovered 10 or 20 years ago. Most importantly, they had no idea about the true legacy, the encrypted text that Archduke Lucas had hidden by scattering clues written in code, called English. Yet they had supposedly found the legacy without even knowing this fact. It made no sense, unless the clues themselves were a trick. The emperor asked if that was why she gave it a 50% chance of being true. She explained that if the encrypted clues were indeed tricks, then perhaps someone else had already found the legacy and deceived the Prios Empire, making them believe they had acquired the real one in order to distract the others. The emperor wondered why such a person would hide and whether they truly needed a distraction, but the countess suggested that this person might have been exposed to some unknown variable and that they must consider all possibilities. The Lucas Kingdom and the Hyde Kingdom. And the emperor says that the highest probability lies with the allies of Eliza. He also noticed that the Hyde Kingdom is moving as well. She replies that yes, a young mage reached the seventh circle at the age of 20, and since his appearance his father has been in chaos. He also earns 60 trillion through investments. The emperor says that this is unusual, and he is far too talented. But he cannot possibly have the power to do all of this, especially since the Lucas Kingdom accepted him as one of their own. Many investors testified that there was nothing wrong with the investments, and there is no evidence that he owns the legacy. The emperor says it is interesting if all of this was achieved solely through his talent and asks if that is really possible. She replies that a long time ago in his empire there was someone far more talented than Adrian Lawrence, none other than Archmage Lucas himself. The emperor acknowledges this and says that in fact the Her kingdom is already facing a succession crisis, and in their current situation it seems impossible for them to deceive anyone. She states that they can classify the suspects as Elysia, the kingdom of Lucas, the kingdom of Harid and the kingdom of Krazen. Then he orders her to increase surveillance on the royalty and nobles of the nations she mentioned. She agrees and he commands that they send a strong warning to Prius, declaring that the legacy of Archduke Lucas clearly belongs to them. Their actions will be considered theft, and they must realize the position they are in. The warning will soon turn into an ultimatum, and they will show the world who they are. He says that destroying a country to seize the legacy of Archduke Lucas is a small price to pay. He adds one more order. She must attempt to contact the young man from Hayward. She asks what he means, and he says to offer him naturalization. It is better for him to become a count of this great empire than to remain in a small kingdom where he currently is. Now the scene shifts to a luncheon where someone is speaking about how Adrian locked his stepmother and brother inside the flying fortress and killed them because they were bothering him. This shocks everyone, leaving them wondering if the rumors are true and if Adrian is truly the lunatic who watched the deaths of his family members as though they were fireworks, even posting pictures of himself drinking wine while watching. They are deeply concerned as they had thought he was merely an arrogant young man without backing, but now they realize he is the disciple of Duke Riverdale. They question whether they will be safe, since Adrian himself is a Grand Mage, and he also has a partner who is an Aura Master. This means he has gathered 2 counts and a viscount under his power, equivalent to the might of a marquis. They worry that this level of power is excessive for a newly appointed aristocrat. But the young lady in the center interrupts, saying she does not understand why they are so worried. After all, Marquis Heaven only lost because he led his troops poorly. She asks if they truly believe Adrian would lose in a head-on battle. This young lady is none other than Isabella Cascabel, eldest daughter of Marquis Cascabel and ruler of the southeast. The others remark that they thought she would be the most worried, since she was the one who provoked Adrian the most, but she dismisses them as cowards, saying they should have some common sense. Just because he has gathered a few counts, do they really think he would go out of his way to seek vengeance on them? Times have changed. It is no longer an era where they should fear a Grand Mage and an Aura Master. On the battlefield, flying fortresses are more defensively powerful than Grand Mages, capable of withstanding multiple attacks. Hearing this, they feel reassured. She then mocks them, asking why they fear Adrian when there are so many high-ranking nobles in the room. She calls them idiots. A noble at her side points out that it is because she belongs to a great family. Just then she receives a call, excuses herself and says her father has summoned her. The others ask where she is going, but she simply says even she cannot disobey her father. Once outside, she begins thinking about Adrian Lawrence, his radiant silver hair and striking blue eyes. His appearance had always been remarkable, even in the academy where many gathered around him. She recalls the past when she and her friends were bullying someone and Adrian stepped in to defend them. Isabella had claimed the commoner had insulted her, and no matter what they did, Adrian never retaliated, until one day when she asked him if he wasn't honored to learn that something terrible happened whenever one of them was offended. Adrian replied that it was better she wait, because he would torture them in the worst possible way and make them regret being born into this world. Remembering this, she admits that she always liked him, especially his handsome face when filled with rage. She never thought a mere count without political foundation could do anything against her, as she dominated the social circle of the 6th Marquis family. To her shock, upon returning home, she asks her father what he had just said. He informs her that His Highness Luke has promised the Marquis title to Lawrence, and he will become a key figure in the country's future. Deeply worried, she asks how they could possibly grant the title of Marquis to the son of a concubine, and whether this is truly possible. Her father confirms it is. Prince Luke believes Sir Lawrence is worthy of the title since he became a 7th Circle Mage at the age of 20 and may one day reach the 8th Circle. Moreover, with his Aura Master partner at his side, whose strength is equal to that of an 8th Circle Mage, his existence is crucial to maintaining the balance of power. Bringing someone with such influence into their faction is an undeniable advantage. He then tells Isabella that he wants her to use her social position to befriend him, and ideally to marry him. This leaves her in shock, thinking that this is disastrous. If Adrien truly becomes a Marquis of Haber, it will cause great upheaval. Even though Marquis is only one rank above Count, the political weight is in an entirely different league. When she opens the door and calls everyone, she realizes they are all drunk. At that moment she knows she is in serious trouble, because these idiots have no idea what is coming. They serve absolutely no purpose. And now back to the game. Our boy changed Archia's hair color. She asked if it looked good and he said yes, thinking that the first thing he did when he returned from the royal palace was log into Chronicle, since it would be problematic for someone to walk around looking exactly like the celebrity Archia. He had to give her a simple disguise. Back in his office, that young boy next to him asked if Sir Adrien was planning to enter the military industry, which made his father's hair stand on end, asking what kind of behavior that was in front of Sir Adrien. Our boy thought that he had 3 high skills and was exactly like his father. He then asked why he thought that way. That boy Grant said, steel manufacturing, iron level production, artifact crafting, zenith, magic tower, Konya. These are things that don't bring short-term profit and only consume money. Didn't Sir Adrien make trillions in investments? He thought that perhaps with the acquisition of these companies, it was an investment for the future. Our boy told him that he was right. Mining and distribution, which were the largest industries in his state, were not bad, but their potential was limited. Thinking about that, he believed that the military would be a good investment. The boy said it sounded like a suitable plan for a great mage, and then asked if he could know which items Adrien had in mind. Adrien asked why he was so curious, but Grant said it was necessary to keep in mind what to prioritize. Adrien, pleased, replied that they would start with vanguard equipment, which surprised both of them, who pressed him asking if it was even possible. Adrien explained that they had the principle of the force system and a refined method of producing vanguard equipment, so it was indeed possible, and his assistants understood him well. Meanwhile, he thought that currently the production of vanguard equipment was shared between 3 families: the Habert kingdom, the maternal family of the current king, and the greatest magical master, Duke Haynes. And lastly, the House of Hade. In other words, vanguard equipment was being produced by the hands of the most powerful in the kingdom. Being able to produce such equipment meant being on equal footing with them. The boy then said that the current powers would not sit idly by, but Adrien said that wasn't a problem, since he had already thought about how to respond to them after his visit to the royal palace. Besides, the threats would not be so severe if they created something equal to or stronger than theirs in the first place. While thinking about it, he also knew that a 20-year-old great mage suddenly appearing out of nowhere and producing equipment would definitely attract public attention. He said, "For your information, I will not be satisfied only with vanguard equipment. Let me know as soon as a good magic tower is available for sale." They were shocked, asking if this really meant they were going to build floating fortresses. Both were excited and admired him. Later, when he told his father was shocked, thinking that he really could be a marquis. Our boy confirmed it, and said he would accept the second prince's proposal because there was no reason to refuse. Pisk then wanted to tell him about the first prince, since a conspiracy of that level required great confidentiality. His father realized things were serious and thought that nothing had gone as expected since Adrien returned from the war. His mother, worried, asked if her son was really going to become a noble. Adrien told her that a count was also a noble title, just like a marquis. But she replied that they were on different levels. He thought that his mother, who had been the hostess of a viscount for a long time, was simply not used to this. Then he asked, how is being a marquis such a big deal? Does he need to become the king of the country and build a harem to be satisfied? But when he looked at the two of them, they were furious, with his father asking what he was talking about, and Adrien wondering what kind of reaction that was. His mother said he could not say such things when his beloved was right next to him, with Adrien glancing at Archia, who was calmly eating. For convenience, he had listed her as his fiancée, the one who would marry him, but in truth, they did not have that kind of relationship. He had spoken without thinking, so he quickly said it was a joke. His mother scolded him, saying there were things that couldn't be said, not even as a joke, and that he should look at Archia and see how she felt. Looking at her status, she seemed conflicted and subtle, but after a while she returned to normal. They asked what the hell that was. His mother, irritated, told him that he had to be kind to Archia and not do unnecessary things. Embarrassed, he said that, in any case, they had an important commission coming up soon. He wanted to finish the pending work in order to mark a new beginning for the Lawrence family. His father asked what work he was talking about. Adrian replied that it wasn't a big deal, just dealing with the vassals who had followed Anne and Cedric, taking unfair advantages and punishing the servants who had harmed him and his mother. That was why they had to be cleaned up, he said with a malicious grin. Now the scene shifted to a royal meeting where they were discussing how someone was not only a count but also a marquis. That was asking too much in the current situation of the country. Some argued against it, but others said that Lord Adrien was a rare genius who had become a grand mage at 20 years old and that this was a fair reward. They also pointed out that in addition to that, he had a fiancée who was a master of aura. Then Prince Luke said to his father, the king, that many countries were trying to approach Adrien after noticing his talent. Some even said that he would become the next Archmage, Lucas, and treating him lightly would be like abandoning a competent young man who could one day lead their kingdom. However, Prince Michael countered, saying that, as far as he knew, for at least 200 years there had never been a case of someone being granted the title of Marquis all at once without holding previous titles. The second prince argued that since he had gained Sir Lawrence, he only wanted to strengthen him. The prince looked at him with his eyes half closed and asked if they really needed formalities between them. This made Luke furious, but the crown prince said that if he accepted his condition, they would accept his argument. Luke asked what he meant by that, and the prince replied that he should allow Marquis Raven to have his position as a marquis demoted, which greatly surprised the old man. Luke asked if he was suggesting choosing between the old influence and the new. The crown prince said he did not think it was a bad suggestion, and asked whether having one noble as a count and another as a marquis would not be the same thing, only the position would change. Luke said that there was no chance, and he could not do something so despicable as risking his people for his own benefit. The crown prince replied that he truly was incredible, just as expected of a leader. He knew Luke would refuse, as his personality would not allow him to accept something like that. Then the prince said he would make a new proposal. He hoped that Count Otis, who had made great contributions as Sir Lawrence's superior during the war, would also be appointed as a marquis. This shocked the fat noble, and he admitted that while Sir Lawrence had indeed made great contributions during the war, it was not an exaggeration to say that half of the credit belonged to his superior, Count Otis. Luke simply looked at him and said that was fine, and that they should stop fighting among themselves. At that point the king declared that it had been decided. They would accept the requests of both the Crown Prince and Prince Luke. Both thanked him. A few days later, the day of the victory celebration began. Adrian's mother was very happy and excited as she looked at the palace. She asked Adrian if she looked ugly, or if her dress looked tacky. He told her not to worry about that, since many sons of famous nobles would probably ask her to dance. Adrian's mother then said she thought Archia would look much prettier in a dress. But Archia replied that she really liked her own style. To Adrian's surprise, he saw 3 familiar figures who were shocked, asking if that was really Adrian. He realized that they were Viscount Dohart, Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, and Viscountess Ronnie, faces he had deeply missed. He commented that they were still together even after growing up. But Adrian ignored them and said that he would visit them when he had time and then they could talk as much as they wanted. Adrian's mother asked if they were his friends and he explained that they had been his colleagues at the academy. They were worried, however, thinking, "This is bad. Didn't you see that woman's look when we parted? It was like she wanted to kill us. It seems Adrien still hasn't forgotten about us." When Archia looked at them, she asked Adrian if she should kill them, but Adrian said no, at least not yet, because he had made a promise to them. Then the royal butler welcomed them, and showed them their seats. Adrian noticed that they were placed in the first row of the table. Everyone around started cheering for them, asking if they were not the Viscounts of Lawrence, calling them elegant, and surrounding them with questions. Adrian thought to himself that the high-ranking nobles must have already heard about his new title, which explained their behavior. But to his surprise, he noticed an old man, Marquis Raven, staring nervously at him. Adrian figured that the second prince must have scolded him, seeing how he was keeping his distance now. The victory celebration began, and the central kingdom declared that Count Otis would receive the Order of the Golden Lion, be granted a coastal city in Ort, and be appointed as Marquis on the border of Aegis. Adrien thought that, thankfully, Count Otis was also on the Crown Prince's side. Meanwhile, he glanced at Prince Luke, who was speaking with his ally while Adrien thought about the man beside him, Marquis Vincent, who was without a doubt the strongest sword of the kingdom. When he looked again, both princes were staring at Archia, and Adrien thought that, as expected, she did not suit the second prince. Then the two princes approached the king, knelt, and the king took a sword and declared that Adrian Lawrence would be granted the title of Marquis in the territory of Marinkov. Archia would be given the title of Countess in the territory of Glendale. Additionally, each of them would be granted a fortress, and the king expected them to strengthen the defense of the country. The two of them thanked him, shocking everyone present. They were astonished that he had suddenly become a marquis. Then the king asked if there was anything Adrien wanted to say. Adrien replied yes. First he said that he was at the mercy of His Majesty and placed his heart in the justice of the country. He gave his thanks to the Crown Prince and to Prince Luke. Then he declared that now that he had become an aristocrat with his own territory, there was something he wanted to do immediately, and he would state his will before everyone present. He spoke the names of Viscount Dohart, Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, and Viscountess Rani. With a wide gleaming smile, he declared a territorial war against those four families. This shocked the king, both princes, his own family, and everyone around. From that moment, King Sist van Hayt began to feel growing concern in recent days. The problem of succession had already divided between Prince de Lear and the second prince. And now something even more troubling had happened, giving the old man an even greater headache. They were dealing with their children, and now a new lunatic had appeared in their country. Our boy, after saying that, he met with the prince personally, and Luke said that he must have misunderstood Marquis Lawrence's tendencies. He had thought Lawrence was a typical scholar but never imagined him to be so aggressive. Luke asked if he didn't know that a new lord could not expand his territory arbitrarily. Our boy replied that he would simply destroy the four families and then return to his territory according to the royal decree. Luke asked if he planned to follow through with that until the end, and Lawrence said yes. Luke put a hand on his shoulder and said that his attitude disappointed him greatly and that he wanted to wait and see what happens. Lawrence thought that Luke had expected this kind of reaction, but he didn't care at all. When he returned, the royal celebration had already begun, and Archia said she had been waiting for him. He noticed other nobles who were visibly nervous in his presence. Everyone kept a safe distance, as if he had a reputation for being dangerous. He muttered that it seemed like he was the family rogue, and his father, standing behind him, added that he certainly was. Adrien admitted that he hadn't intended to go this far, but he had gotten carried away. His father asked why he wanted to start a territorial war. Adrien replied that it was revenge. His father became very concerned and asked if he truly announced this war, knowing the risks of fighting four families simultaneously. Adrien said yes and reassured him not to worry. His father said he believed in him, while his mother, crying, was deeply worried. Then his father remarked that it had been a long time since they attended a royal celebration, and he wanted to enjoy the moment. He called for his wife and asked her not to worry about their son, to trust him. She held his hand, and they began to dance. Adrien thought that he had been walking on eggshells in front of Anna all this time, but now he could take care of his mother. He told Archer that it was time to resume what they had been doing. Meanwhile, four nobles were discussing whether this made sense, as even territorial wars needed justification. The central noble said that they would not lose. A plump young woman asked why, and he explained that according to Adrien's declaration, the four families should unite. Though their opponent was a marquis, the combined power of four viscount families could handle the newly appointed marquis. They agreed that it seemed plausible. Adrien, speaking behind them, said it was good to see them all. They simply addressed him as Adrien, which made him wonder how they dared to call a marquis by his first name. They explained that they would not respect him after he declared war against them. Adrien then decided to make them respect him by throwing his glove in the young Viscount Parma's face. The Viscount could not tolerate such rudeness and challenged him to a duel in front of everyone. To his surprise, someone appeared behind him and said he was not allowed to join the duel. Adrien realized that these were the heads of the 4 families. They asked if he hadn't provoked them before. Moreover, there was a major difference. Such actions could not be justified under national law. Adrien said it was a pity because if he had allowed them to behead their son, he would have kept his territory out of the war. Levelout remarked that he did not know what unfortunate relationship he had with his son, but he was going too far. Adrien replied, "Too far? I am simply someone who keeps my promises. If I vow something, I must fulfill it." Their father asked what he meant, and Adrien told him to ask their children. The announcement would read, "The territorial war will begin in 1 week, and unless you want your family to fall because of your foolish son, you must detain him and bring him to us." Someone asked if he really wanted them to see their son, and whether this wasn't crossing a line. Adrien stared back and said exactly, looking at Isabella in the back, adding that he would see them on the battlefield. This made the old man furious, saying that they would discuss this further upon returning. People began shouting for Isabella, asking why she had only just appeared. She nervously wondered what on earth was happening. Our boy read the comments and thought it was truly touching that, after revealing what those people had done to him, they were on his side. Meanwhile, they were in an office with Karan, discussing the specifications of a floating fortress that could be deployed immediately. This was the fortress catalog. Adrien thought that, as expected, floating fortresses were very expensive. People looked at him and called him irresponsible for waging a territorial war without proper military power. But he knew they were mistaken. If they lacked power, he only needed to purchase a little. He told the man he would buy everything, thinking that he now had 48 trillion saved, adding confiscated properties from Marquis Heaven's factions, Anna, Cedric, and other family assets. He had 70 trillion. The man replied that the transaction value was enormous, and half needed to be paid up front. Adrien asked for a tax exemption, citing the taxes he had paid recently. The man agreed, and after the deal was closed, Adrien thought that even after purchasing 8 floating fortresses, he would still have 20 trillion remaining. It was an unbelievably good deal. As he left, he encountered the Count and was surprised by him. Now he was no longer a count but a marquis. The marquis was extremely happy. They also called him Marquis Lawrence. Our boy politely asked them to speak comfortably with him, and the plump man laughed, saying that he was still a marquis. Our boy replied that he couldn't have spoken to him that way if he were a count, but now that he was a marquis it was fine. Then Watts said he should wait and asked what Adrien meant by becoming a marquis. Adrien confirmed that he had just bought all the floating fortresses. Worried, said there was no choice but to act in reserve. Then a girl appeared, and he realized it was the daughter he had mentioned. She introduced herself politely, saying her name was Michelle from the Otis family. While looking at Adrien replied that it was a pleasure to meet her. He introduced himself as Adrian Lawrence, and Archia clan as his fiancée. According to rumors, she was known as a lunatic with a bad reputation, but looking at her, she didn't seem that way. Examining her status carefully, Adrien was surprised to see that she had an English interpretation skill, which shocked him. He wondered if she really knew English as he did, and how she had acquired that knowledge. Michelle explained that she had been busy until recently, trying to locate Archduke Lucas's destiny. As he probably knew, he had appeared in the Republic of Prios, which caused her great distress. She insisted that the information in the Republic of Prios was false. Adrien asked if someone searching for Manuel Lucas's destiny would really have an English interpretation skill. Michelle said it was interesting. Adrien asked what she meant by the destiny in the Republic being false. She replied that the destiny exists, but it is hidden in a secret place, not something that could be found in the Republic. Adrien asked what kind of secret place it was. She said the details were confidential but hinted that it would be difficult for a noble to find. Adrien thought that yes, Hollywood. Nobles usually thought of Hollywood as a virtual reality system and a place for plebeians to escape reality and fantasy, making it naturally difficult for nobles to locate. He wondered who this girl really was. He had thought she was doing a simple prediction, but she was surprisingly close to the destiny. She said she played daily and might be able to follow your excellency. Adrien said she was of course welcome. She explained that unlike her father, who judged based on bloodline rather than ability, she appreciated people who grew on their own, like Marquis Adrien and Countess Archia. The plump man asked if she really liked this brat, and she replied that she would love to chat another time. She asked what His Excellency thought. Adrien was very excited and said he would love to, and an invitation was sent to her as soon as possible. After they parted ways, Archia asked if she should kill her. Adrien said no, but they should keep an eye on her for now, thinking that he needed to watch Michaela Otis more carefully. Meanwhile, at Viscount Dore's house, along with Viscount Karma, they discussed Adrien's order at the military equipment store. He had purchased 4,000 armors, 4,000 knight swords, 20 transport ships with 500 seats, 8 floating fortresses, 400 exclusive vanguard units, and 400 exclusive floating boards for the vanguards. This was his military procurement for just one day in the capital. One elder remarked that the brat was seriously planning for war. Spending 70 trillion on weapons in a single day was insane. In reality, it was 40 trillion, as he paid 70 upfront and would pay the rest in installments. They were genuinely concerned, thinking they had underestimated the situation. Another said that even if he bought all the weapons, they would be useless without anyone to use them. Adrien was still a new lord and lacked proper cavalry. The woman asked if that was really true and whether the situation was as expected since his arrival. They replied no, he was someone who couldn't be judged by common sense. The man asked if she meant they should analyze the situation from her perspective. She asked if it wasn't better to consider the worst-case scenario. They couldn't just go around causing chaos all the time. Another man added that, honestly, before Marquis Lawrence was officially honored with his title, he had posted a knight recruitment announcement on online diaries and social media, receiving nearly 4,000 applications from people wanting to serve him. They realized that they had all fallen into his trap, and he had everything ready for war. In the end, what Viscount Ronnie had said was correct. In a territorial war, it was possible to fight against the maximum power a marquis could command. Another man asked if that was all. The leader was an archmage, and his fiancée was an aura master, which was terrifying for everyone. They said a one-sided massacre was inevitable. They thought, however, that it wouldn't work in front of His Majesty. One of the fathers ordered the butler to bring that brat. He explained that there was a reason for all this. His son, Adrien, then flew across the metropolitan city of Marinkov, his new city, observing everything around him. He thought it looked very new. Looking down, he realized the city was enormous, and he truly felt that he had become a great lord. His guard behind him asked what he thought of the newly formed knight troops, and the two walked up to him. Adrien said that they were made at the last minute, but they looked good. Karen replied that it wasn't just good, it was almost a miracle to create a knight troop in such a short time. It was as expected from the Rodeo family. Your Excellency has excellent judgment, she added. Adrien said he was glad that so many wanted to work with him, and that it was a relief to see so many people looking at him favorably. The woman beside him remarked that he had truly surprised them multiple times, bringing in military supplements including fortresses and vanguard equipment. Now he had even prepared knights in advance. She introduced herself as the head of security of Marinkov, Baroness Helena. Both were deeply impressed by Adrien's planning and initiative. Adrien modestly said it was just luck, but they continued to praise him while he thought that he had only drafted the plan. Things had only worked out so well by chance. He then asked everyone what they thought of the knights and if they could be deployed immediately for the territorial war. The commander replied that yes, he had selected those with good experience, so there should be no problem. Adrien confidently looked at his second-generation metal fortress, a first-generation metal fortress, another second-generation and a third-generation fortress. He thought that if they were giving these to him, they should have given him the latest generation instead of these outdated ones. However, since they were royal gifts, he could not simply discard them. He would use them for a while and then sell them cheaper to a smaller state. He then declared that they would depart, which surprised everyone. "It's time for battle," he said. The commander asked when they would head to battle. Adrien replied that they would finish preparations in 3 hours. divide into 4 groups, and close off the territory to prevent the enemy from joining forces. The main force, including him and Archia, would capture territory piece by piece. The commander mentioned they needed royal family permission. Adrien said that whether it was fast or not, the permission would come anyway. Until then they would call it training, a common excuse. He thought that at this moment he would not be commanding from a safe distance, but would go directly to the battlefield alongside Archia, demonstrating his military power without hesitation. He wondered about the other households, one brat getting beaten, the other father of the year drinking too much, and the plump girl begging her mother to save her while another was trembling in her room. With everything prepared, 3 massive aerial fortresses and several smaller ones, Adrien, Archia and his commander were heading toward the territories to seize everything, including their lives. Meanwhile, in the Viscount Parma household, a girl was drinking juice, thinking this was troubling. She reflected that Adrian Lawrence had been granted his title, and His Majesty the Emperor had wanted to recruit him, but who would have expected such swift action? As soon as he received his title, he declared a territorial war against all 4 viscounties simultaneously. Soon they would know whether he was a lunatic without a plan or an eccentric with a strategy in mind. She was Elfred of the Bregon Empire. To her surprise, someone appeared beside her, the Duchess Olivia Riverdale, and she recognized the voice. They exchanged no words amid the crowd. Back to Adrien. 3 men in front of him looked nervous, explaining that it seemed like permission for the territorial war had not been delivered, but Adrien had positioned his troops in front of the viscounted territory. They wondered if he was ignoring the law. Adrien told them they were mistaken. This is only training, he said. One asked if they were at the viscounted territory. The guard replied no. Adrien reassured them that he was a man who upheld the law. He would not attack until permission was received, so they should not worry and continue their work diligently. One man asked if he would attack immediately once permission was granted. Adrien said, "Of course. For now the army is only training in front of you." The man, frantic, argued that this was coercion and went against morality. Adrien thought to himself that if using a young master to intimidate at school was moral, then this was similar. The man protested that permission for war had not even been granted, and starting a war over a school quarrel seemed implausible. One man pleaded with him not to act irrationally. Adrien told him to leave because from that moment the person he had to convince was the Viscount of Parma. The only way for the territory's army to survive was to surrender. There was no other way to prevent this war. He gestured to the elder and began the teleportation interference spell. The spell activated. The floating fortress and the vanguard troops began marching with the objective of taking the Viscount Parma territory. They started advancing toward the house. One asked if Adrien would return or really had so much free time. The man, terrified, began to flee, while Archia, Adrien's companion, took his hand. Together, Adrien said, "From now on, Archia and I will be directly on the front lines." During this he left command to Sir Perseus, which surprised Perseus greatly. He asked, "What do you mean? I can't go now." Adrien simply said he didn't care. However, Perseus gave the voice command to the warriors, instructing them that His Excellency Marquis Lawrence and His Excellency Archia clan would personally be observing the battle, and they must protect them. As Adrien left, he thought that if someone had told him months ago that after achieving his revenge, all that would remain would be a sense of futility, and in the end revenge would only lead to more revenge, he would have disagreed. But Adrien had a different opinion. Nothing gives a stronger sense of purpose than vengeance. Anne and Cedric, the villains of the Academy, had their eradication marked as the starting point of his new future. More than that, he found it satisfying to see his enemies shouting at their subordinates. In his room, the young master wondered what kind of explosion this was, thinking Adrien had truly gone mad and was teasing them. He asked the 3 vanguards about their chances of winning. The one in the center replied that Adrien's military strength alone was twice theirs. They had an aura master and an archmage. Honestly, their chances were nearly 0. This angered the young master even more. They argued that they should do something. They thought Adrien had hired them just to waste money, but Adrien simply stared at them silently. The soldier advised the young master, "Even in this situation, he only thinks of himself. If you want my advice, you should go and face Marquis Lawrence and die by his hands." If you let him have his revenge, you'll be a little less angry, and the territorial damage will be smaller." The young master asked how he could say that to him, when he was his young master. The soldier, furious, said that probably everyone in the castle thinks the same way. Adrien had always been cruel, and no one understood why they had to suffer for him. When those below them died, they would blame the young master, not Marquis Lawrence. Over 10 people had already died, directly or indirectly, by Adrien's hand. In the end, they understood the meaning of the phrase, "You reap what you sow." They thanked him for the harsh lesson. The young master thought, "You reap what you sow, he's from the ruling class. What's wrong with these people? I just disciplined those of lower classes." He realized that Adrien truly was a ruthless man. At that moment, the commander entered and approached the boy. The boy said it was true, if they requested help from other territories, they might have a chance. However, the commander brought him vanguard equipment, a force armor and a force sword, instructing him to wear it and fight Marquis Lawrence in person. This shocked the boy. The commander said it was the order of Viscount Parma while forcing him into the armor. The boy screamed, begging them to release him, remembering Adrien's childhood threat that he would make him regret being born into this world. He began to cry in fear, shouting for his mother. The men escorted the young master, who was trembling with terror. The commander reassured him that he had no reason to despair. Even though Marquis Lawrence was a high-level mage, he was still a mage. A warrior armed with force equipment should be able to handle him. The boy, still crying, asked if that was supposed to be comforting. The commander said he was saying it so the boy could survive. If he hid trembling in a corner, it would be better to just cut off his head, because hiding would only make him a sacrifice for Adrien's revenge. But what if he used the vanguard equipment and, while Adrien's guard was down, attacked and defeated him? He would be celebrated, and Marquis Lawrence had no heir. The territorial war would end, and victory would be his. In other words, he would become the hero of the viscounted territory. Although still terrified, the boy wanted to try, thinking he would at least be the clown he wanted to be once. He told everyone he would survive, kill that bastard Adrien, and remain alive in the end, making them pay for their words. The soldiers beside him said that if he defeated the Marquis, they would gladly accept their punishment. As he opened the door, he thought that the vanguard equipment, with its powerful attack and defense, did not earn its name to be destroyed by a mage. As the commander had said, if Adrien let his guard down, he could be killed. The chance of a miracle was almost zero. When he opened the door, he saw a hellish scene. All the vanguards were dying easily, screaming that Adrien was a monster and that no one should approach the mage. They asked what the hell was happening. As Adrien effortlessly eliminated everyone, the boy wondered if they were really an archmage and an aura master, and if that was their true power. He turned to the commander beside him and asked if this was a joke, if he really had to go in. But before he could speak, the vanguards began charging at him, calling him a monster, and surrounding him to attack. Adrien teleported and delivered a massive shockwave, scattering everyone, which terrified the boy even more. Seeing several aerial fortresses in front of his mansion, he realized things were about to go very badly. They were already in his territory, and there was nothing he could do. The fortresses surrounded him, emitting a deafening sound, and the pressure weighed down on them. The boy, crying in fear, stared directly at Adrien, who said, "You thought I would hide until now. That's really unexpected." The young Viscount Zenit Parma trembled as he walked toward him, with his soldiers pushing him from behind. He asked, "What the hell is this?" and faced Adrien, completely terrified. The boy realized that everything had gone terribly wrong. He summoned his courage and challenged Lawrence to a duel, which greatly surprised our boy. The young man said that if he were a noble who valued honor, he wouldn't ignore the challenge. Adrien snapped his fingers and cut the boy's arm, shocking him. The boy screamed in pain, asking, "What the hell is this?" Adrien said he spent 70 million on facilities to buy weapons this time. It felt as if he could pay for it in an instant. Trembling in pain, the boy glared at Adrien with immense anger. Adrien continued, pointing out that since vanguard equipment was scattered everywhere and a floating fortress stood in the yard, the boy should know which was best, especially considering his family's treasure. The boy, still screaming in pain, asked if that was truly his intention. Adrien replied that it was part of his revenge, and everything else was merely a consequence. He ordered his eagle to advance toward the boy. The boy, trembling with fear and crying, saw Adrien point out 2 broken ribs, a humerus and a bone in his back. He wondered what was happening. Adrien explained that these were the bones he had broken and he would have spared him if only a few had been broken. After all, Adrien was a very patient man and avoided revenge unless provoked mentally to the point of irritation. Archia, furious, started shouting at him, but Adrien told her to stop, knowing that the boy wouldn't die peacefully and that he had the ability to heal him. Adrien said it wouldn't be fun if he died from blood loss. They needed to take care of him. When the boy begged for mercy, Adrien waved it off. The commander then asked if they should escort the boy to the Lord's office. Adrien, smiling, said it was kind of them. In this way, within 30 minutes, the war between Marquis Lawrence and Viscount Parma ended, a historic moment for the continent. Turning back to the girl, she thought that considering Marquis Lawrence was part of the Riverdale social circle, she wouldn't have come to help if he weren't. She wondered if she came in person just to see him, suspecting that he might not truly belong to the Riverdale family. However, she reminded herself not to interfere, as he genuinely was part of her social circle. She could claim she was only there to cheer for him as an excuse. Meanwhile, the chief of intelligence from the Britain Kingdom was present, and she considered whether she could remove him from the empire. The 2 women glared at each other with great anger. Rivero said she just wanted to maintain the status quo, and the other agreed. Even if they fought, they would only tire themselves out. To their surprise, the teleport interference spell was activated and the war officially began. They watched Adrien's battle, completely shocked by how the mage fought at such close range. The intelligence chief explained that the main reason Mage's movements were limited on the battlefield wasn't due to compatibility with the Vanguard, but because of teleport interference spells. A short-range movement spell could enhance the survival and mobility of a slower mage through the blink technique, allowing them to attack and retreat quickly. Teleport interference spells became common to counter this. Normally, mages couldn't escape vanguards, and most would be eliminated. She didn't understand how Marquis Lawrence could dodge attacks so effectively without teleportation. She asked Riverdale if she thought she could fight like that. Riverdale said even with skill it would be extremely difficult and required extensive battle experience, strong physical ability, tactical sense, and combat instinct. Not anyone could manage it. Another young woman noted that she had an incredible priest, but she should avoid interfering with her own people. She admitted she liked him in many ways but couldn't do anything, so she left. Riverdale stared at Lawrence, recalling that he had told her he didn't want to share the glory of his hunt, and that she should just watch what happened. She saw many unique habits and spell techniques from him and realized she had underestimated him. Since she came on her own, she returned. To their surprise, Adrien was observing them. Dubbed Vanguard indicated this was the office. Adrien immediately destroyed everything, shocking the old man even more. As Adrien approached, the man grew even more terrified, begging him not to come closer, but he stumbled and fell. Adrien asked why he hadn't signed a surrender document and questioned what he would do with his family if he did. Adrien reassured him not to worry. He wouldn't kill anyone except the main culprit. In return, the family would become a fallen noble house stripped of their titles, or perhaps they would choose death, leaving the man trembling with fear. Eventually, he began to cry and agreed to sign the accord. From the moment the viscounty of Parma fell during the war between Marquis Lawrence and the 4 viscounties, everyone knew the conflict was practically over. In the viscounty of Dorset, in the same office, the man said that Marquis Lawrence, who had taken Parma, was coming for his territory, and Adrian Lawrence and Archia Klein had likely already arrived. They warned that if he lost, they would be next. Both men panicked, hiding under the table, terrified. Karen told them to hand over their children immediately, but the woman insisted it was useless. They said that soon after subjugating, the young master of Parma entered the castle on foot, and the others asked nervously what that meant. He said that for him the move would simply be a justification to start the war. It was obvious that he wanted to increase his treasures while building an army. Marquis Lawrence was planning to pass his army expenses onto them, stealing all their money and territory. They asked if it was really possible and if there was any way to stop it. She replied that now it was clear they could not win this war and needed to change their approach. They changed their method by sending some vanguards elsewhere. One man informed his lord that Dunman was in position. The vanguard of Viscount Dorat had just arrived at the teleportation area. The commander of Dorat's knights joined forces with them. Kerman and Rani's subordinates said they should take advantage of this movement and seize the enemy's marching facilities and hostages. The operation was a success, or the war would turn in an instant. They had to achieve this at all costs. Another officer reminded the commander that they had 15 seconds until the operation began, counting down from 10 to 0. Once it reached 0, they tore their teleportation scrolls, sending everyone to another location. In this way, Rani's vanguard went online, as did Kerman's, and the three united. Meanwhile, our boy remained on his aerial ship. The three felt an unusual pressure. Adrien stood and announced, "They are here." Perseps said it was as predicted, asking if this was a clear sign, but the reply was only that it was a simple forecast. Perseps admitted he was now scared, unaware of how relieved he was that Adrien was not their enemy. Adrien activated a teleportation matrix, saying this strategy was not bad for them, but it was useless if they could not move. Perseps added that the enemies would finally receive mercy. Our boy approached, ordering everyone to drop their swords and surrender if they wanted to stay alive. The commander confirmed, "Yes, it's Marquis Lawrence. The war will end if they capture him." Our boy was very surprised, not expecting this. Perseus shouted at him while advancing, ready to attack. Adrien easily activated a barrier and with a magical attack, exploded the head of one of them. He urged them to surrender or face death. Razum, aware of the situation, thought it was not worth resisting, but if they dared they would be sent straight to hell. Adrien attacked with a snap of his fingers. The commander realized the magnitude of Adrien's power. Trembling, he tried to stop Adrien with his sword, but his strength was insufficient, and his armor shattered. Our boy advanced toward him. The commander, face to face with Adrien, realized the aura force from the vanguard equipment could ricochet off even a mere 5th-level shield. He wondered how a mage could do that. Adrien, delighted, said, "This is the best I've heard today." After defeating them all, he returned home and received a message. Browsing the internet, he saw numerous articles about him and how he had won a territorial war against 4 viscounts. After that final battle, the territorial war ended. It had been a solo operation and there was no way the hidden forces could have won. Adrien captured the remaining castles, leaving his subordinates and soldiers shocked at his strength. He had truly taken control of everything. Later he heard a knock at the door and Archia entered. The maid warned that Miss Archia was covered in dirt, but Archia complained her mouth was bored and wanted cake. The maid reminded her snacks came after meals, and Archia had eaten many cookies that morning. She sat on Adrien's sofa, and he thought she was really noisy but relieved that Catherine had adapted quickly. A few days after the territorial war ended, he reunited with her and 4 people apologizing to Miss Catherine, admitting their mistakes and asking for her forgiveness. She asked Adrien what that was about. Our boy explained that as she saw the 4 people who had bullied them in the past, especially those who had hurt her deeply, she realized they had destroyed their confidence and future. Adrien said that for political reasons he needed some time, but he planned to deal with Isabella and her son Brooks. They had without a doubt apologized to her. So he only asked her to wait, saying she didn't need to do this. She begged him to stop, trembling with fear, but Adrien grabbed her arm and said he couldn't let her know yet, though she was his savior, healing all the injuries on his body. She was very happy and he told her they would continue smiling from now on. He then called for Catherine. She asked what it was and he questioned how her days were going. She said she was very happy and that every day was fun. He watched her eat her cake, smiling and telling her she was very good to listen to. Now, he moved to the prince's office. He was reminded once again that bringing him to his side had been a true masterstroke. The ministers from the 3 families supporting the second prince, Duarterb, Karma and another, had results favorable to him, which made him feel flattered. During the process, one family supporting the crown prince was eliminated. The prince said there was nothing to be done. They had sinned against him and must pay a fair price. Adrian asked if Prince Luke had said anything. He replied that he had been bitter about it, questioning if it was necessary to go so far against allied nobles even for revenge. The doctor thought that if national power became unstable due to civil war, the Crossing Empire might show its ambitions again. That was why the betrayal was planned, a complete victory for the crown prince. As for Archia, he ignored her as often as he drank tea. She was an innocent child who still didn't understand these matters. If things continued, it seemed better to deal with this scatter-brained boy before the real confrontation. But the prince interrupted his thoughts, telling Lawrence that it was only his opinion, and suggested he hold a ceremony, which surprised our boy. He realized it was about marriage. Now in the Clean County castle, our boy walked remembering the prince's words about marriage. He knew it was the best option in this situation, though not something he could decide easily. Archia and he were superficial lovers, not true partners. This was part of the legacy of the great Manuel Lucas. He was sure she would accept his decision without complaint, simply because she had been raised for him. This meant he could use her as he wished, even marry her, regardless of her feelings. Suddenly Archia ran toward him. He was surprised, asking what had happened, pointing to the men lying on the ground. She said she had taught them a lesson. He asked if she really meant a lesson, and she said it was only training. The maid, Katerina, came to summon both her and His Excellency. Adrian wondered if there was a problem, and why she seemed so agitated. The maid explained that the second prince had sent someone, wanting to meet her. Adrian asked if the prince had gone mad. Archia, showing no reaction, said the second prince's gaze was perverted. She didn't want to get involved, or speak with him. She wanted him to leave. The maid replied that she could not act this way. Nevertheless, the second prince's envoy greeted Lady Clen and Marquis Lawrence. Adrian, surprised, asked what was unusual. He saw the envoy beside his fiancée and asked what brought him there, urging him to get to the point. The nervous man handed a bouquet of flowers, saying Prince Luke invited her to a meal and sent the flowers. She accepted the flowers and handed them to Adrian, noting that he existed in a dimensional void. She asked if that was all, and the man, still nervous, said he would appreciate her response to the invitation. She asked if it was for Adrian, and he said the invitation was only for her. She refused, and he pleaded that she not react that way. Adrian asked the envoy about his family. Nervously, he asked what he meant. Adrian explained that to become a royal knight, he must have some support. The man asked why he was so curious. Adrian, smiling, said he liked to destroy families in pieces. If he hadn't seen the news, he wouldn't know, yet he could not harm him because he was a messenger of Prince Luke. He wondered if he could attack the man's parents instead, shocking the envoy, who said it was extremely rude. He had only followed His Highness's orders. Adadin said he was offended, and asked if he should put the person in their place. From now on he would not remain idle if anyone came with unpleasant proposals toward Archia. He must go back and speak to the lady in such a way that he hopes their relationship continues smoothly. However, if provoked further, he might end up doing something reckless. He made it clear that this woman was his fiancée. After explaining all this to the prince looked very angry. The nervous man confirmed that it was true, and he didn't seem to be joking with that gaze. The prince admitted that he had not expected Marquis Lawrence to be this kind of man, and that he had misinterpreted the invitation. The commander behind him advised His Highness that it was time to retreat, warning that provoking Marquis Lawrence beyond this point would be unwise. The prince angrily asked why, and the man explained that if he truly wanted the woman, he should take her once he ascends the throne. The prince agreed, saying it was a good idea, and that he would certainly have to educate this spoiled Marquis Lawrence, but the time was not yet right. Now he had another reason to claim the throne. However, there was something more urgent. Inside the game, Archia was kicking a mob's face. Once the vampire bled, Adrian noted how much she resembled the second prince, who got irritated just by her appearance. She started shooting fireballs at him. Adrian joined the fight, defeating the vampire together, then celebrated. He realized he couldn't leave this place unattended. Lately he had been guilty about only being able to play for less than 3 hours a day. But thanks to this, he reached level 205. He decided to focus on leveling up, leaving matters that didn't require his presence to his aides. Back in the real world, Archia, along with two recruiters, was facing a clerk who asked politely if they needed anything, smiling cutely. Through Adrian's glasses, he saw that her name was Avery Barnett, a 15-year-old ordinary citizen with an extremely high divine power talent in the nature of a saint. In Hondel, only one god and one religion existed, worshipping the creator of the world, known as the Sepia, and their doctrine was called Sepianism. The headquarters and command center of Sepianism were in the Holy Land of Everel, so sacred that even the Brigand kingdom dared not invade. There, three lords oversaw the Holy Order, the Holy King handled general church administration, the saint commanded the army, including the Holy Knights, and the saintess oversaw all priests, performing divine miracles. Adrien asked Archia about the girl and she explained that Eric had brought her to the talent room. As he entered, he found her greeting him alongside Eric. The girl also greeted him nervously, touching his hand, and Adrien realized she truly had the nature of a saint. Archia explained she had found the girl working part-time in Lo due to her family circumstances. Adrien told her she had chosen wisely, and Archia thanked him. Now sitting on the sofa, he asked the girl if her dream had been to become an administrative officer. She happily said yes. Adrien explained that, unfortunately, her talents were not suited for administration, which made her hang her head. He then surprised her, saying she had a talent for divine power and her nature was incredible enough to aspire even to the position of a saint. The girl was shocked and even Eric asked if it was true. Adrien confirmed it. She could not become a saint just for having potential. The Holy King chosen by the Sepia had been excluded by the royal family by blood. The saint and saintess were selected by God every 50 years. Regardless of one's status, candidates must perform exceptionally to be recognized by God. She asked for his advice. Adrien said that since God had sent her talent, she could not remain idle. He had researched and discovered that the competition to elect a new saint and saintess would occur soon. He planned to give her his full support to become a saint. Nervously, she asked if it was truly possible. She wondered how she could become a saint. Quadra explained that 7 out of 10 saints were ordinary citizens, so it wasn't impossible. However, she still didn't believe it. Quadra added that it wouldn't happen overnight. It would require a lot of effort and the willingness to give her best. Before the competition, she would need to learn many things, including etiquette, theology, and divine magic. For now, he was considering giving her an initial payment of 200 million and a monthly salary of 500 million. This impressed the girl, though she thought it might be a waste even if he offered 10 or 100 times more. If he could create a saint with his own hands, that alone would grant him tremendous power. He asked her to think about it and questioned whether it was merely a transition from administrator to saint, as both were still professions. Eric added that His Excellency was serious and trustworthy, so she could rely on him. Adrien thought Eric was a great assistant, and while he hadn't thought much about assigning Eric to her, he realized the two of them could work well together. With Eric's political connections and talents, they could create a strong synergy. Adrien said she would become a member of the Ladies' Castle from now on and that her parents could visit any time. She was very happy and thanked him. Adrien told Eric to take care of her and they seemed to become quite close. Adrien smiled widely, excited about the prospect of her becoming a saint, eager to see what would happen with a saint by his side. As Everil adjusted to the new environment, Adrien and Archia were playing extensively. He guided her starting at 10 a.m., calling the Black Eagle to attack monsters, including a giant orc. When he swung his axe, Adrien dodged, then counterattacked quickly with magic. He used his free time to level up, but he thought the pace was slow and inefficient. Hunting in a group of 5 to 10 members was essential. They were equipped with various items and abilities, but the combination of just 2 people and an animal helped. The real problem was frequently encountering other players. Adrien got up to leave, but Al interrupted, asking politely how he managed to have support like an eagle, and inquiring how to get one. Adrien explained it was a wild animal temporarily tamed with magic, not a true support. It was the first time he had to explain this and wondered about the market capitalization of the online Chronicles game. He thought he should buy everything immediately, which didn't seem like a bad idea. If the user base consisted mostly of beginners, he would have a high chance of being underestimated. He checked and saw the market capitalization was 10.2 trillion. He didn't have enough money, so it wasn't feasible. He pondered whether to buy slaves or open a workshop. Though buying slaves seemed wrong for someone from a democratic country, perhaps he could use his last ticket as a wish. He wondered if there was a more efficient way to level up without encountering other users. He then had an idea, a highly convenient method without purchasing the entire game, monopolizing hunting grounds, which surprised the two of them. At the Black Dragon Guild executive office, one person mentioned that their country would double the game's access time limit. Another noted that long ago even in-game monetary transactions were blocked, so now they had to work hard. Someone asked if it was possible to sell items directly in a country where transactions were legal. The guild leader said it was increasingly difficult to play games. Then a girl entered the room, saying someone was looking for the guild's lady. She asked who it was and the girl replied it was a mage above level 200 requesting a meeting with the guild leader to make an offer. This surprised everyone. They assumed he wanted to use cheap tricks to enter the guild. The girl insisted it was a good idea to meet him. The guild leader asked why and she explained he had purchased 10 Claton hearts as gifts, which surprised everyone. She added that he was equipped with the best hybrid gear usable at level 200. Considering his equipment skills, he was stronger than most top-level players. During the meeting, Adrian introduced himself as Mind. The guild leader, Penny, found his name peculiar and noticed that all his equipment was extremely expensive, suggesting he might be a noble. She asked about his business and he explained that he wanted to rent the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon Guild to monopolize them. She asked how he could rent the grounds and he explained that it would prevent other players from accessing them while letting him use them exclusively. She had never heard of such an arrangement. Moreover, he wanted the guild to manage the grounds and not use them himself. She asked what kind of beast he was trying to create. He clarified that he would of course pay for the rental, offering 5 times the total profit the guild could make from the grounds in cash. She asked which hunting ground he wanted to monopolize and he said the Chimera Dungeon of Carton, shocking her. She asked him to wait, noting that over 200 people used the dungeon daily, which made it extremely profitable. Quadra confidently said it wasn't a problem, and in exchange she would ask the other users to enter the area. She asked if there was something special in the dungeon or a hidden quest, but Adrian replied that he only wanted to level up. However, noticing that it was taking too long to gain levels, he planned to rent other plots. She asked if that meant, but he interrupted her and said yes. He would continue renting until he reached the maximum level, which surprised her greatly and made her very happy. She then ordered everyone to bring tea for her esteemed guest. He told her, "Open your account now as the amount has been transferred." Checking the account, she saw that it was indeed 350 million per week. At the hunting grounds, all the hunters reported that Mastermind wanted to use the area quickly, so they needed to hurry and evacuate Danjuk Chimera immediately. Finally, the boy announced that his experience acquisition rate had increased and he had reached a truly different level. He had reached level 220. Rhea noted that the experience gain rate had doubled compared to before. He confirmed, saying he had reached level 220 in a month and seemed likely to hit level 200 T50 faster than expected. However, returning to the real world, Persest said that the holy competition would be held on the sacred land earlier than expected, shocking the boy. Just when he thought he could level up uninterrupted, something urgent appeared. Persest explained that the saint and holy competition had been moved up and would happen in the second half of the next year. He was looking for a candidate and intended to finish within a month. The boy thought he could level up without interruptions, but Persest admitted this was sudden. Still, it wasn't a bad situation. He explained that as the competition progressed faster, the number of rival candidates would decrease more quickly. What they needed to do now was create a winning strategy to make the young lady stand out, which was not a concern. Persist asked if he had anything in mind. He said they should first transform her into a holy candidate representing the kingdom of Herod. 2 weeks prior, an adoption request was sent in the name of Everon to the Archdiocese of the Kingdom of Herod. Tomorrow, the Archbishop of the kingdom would visit their territory. Miss Everall would be there to greet him. Persist asked if he planned to attract the Archbishop first. Adri confirmed, adding that if they could attract the archbishop they could request reinforcements from the royal family. Perseus, very pleased, said he had planned everything. He then asked if the girl would cooperate with his plan, and Adri replied that of course, Miss Everell had someone to motivate her frequently. Her assistant, Eric. Perseus remarked, "Ah, that clever one," noting that since he was involved, the plan would work. He also said that he had sent the requested materials. When the boy analyzed them, he understood everything clearly. Perseus explained that among the candidates for the Saint competition, these three were the most promising: Gracie Helgen, a supreme elementalist of 210 years, and granddaughter of the Queen of Everin; Evelyn Francis, a 21-year-old upper-class knight and daughter of the Duchy Evely of the Brigon Empire; and Jude Ster, a 19-year-old citizen of Everall. The boy thought that since the third candidate was a citizen like Everall, it might be easier. However, he noticed that her guardian was Olivia Riverdale from the Kingdom of Lucius. He realized it wouldn't be that simple, as the woman was heavily involved. Perseus said the situation was intense, and the girl was drawing a lot of attention. He considered that even if they eliminated the other candidates' sponsors, all the rivals were more notable than Everall. Honestly, when he saw the list of candidates, he wanted to surrender, but he reminded himself that rivals were expected to appear eventually. It wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. Perseus noted that the boy was taking the matter seriously. Idre said of course, that he believed in Everall's potential and could not abandon his role as her sponsor. With today's work completed, the boy wanted to go play a little. He asked a question and Astri asked what it was. The boy asked about the Archbishop of the Kingdom of Heird, noting that he was not a man who could be swayed by money. Adrien merely smiled while Sina informed Olivia that the donation amounted to 10 trillion. Her siblings confirmed. Marquis Adrien was Everall Barnett's sponsor and had made a huge donation of 10 trillion. She noted that it seemed her dear Junior planned to attend the Saint competition. Olivia said Junior was indeed interesting. Her siblings wondered why Olivia was smiling, and another remarked that it was truly sinister. The next day the Archbishop visited Adrian's territory, marveling at how wonderful it was, considering he could also use divine magic. The Archbishop believed she would be the new holy candidate. The girl asked if it was serious. Meanwhile, the boy realized they had successfully brought Archbishop Fred to their side. Applauding, the girl grew excited, and he told Archbishop Fred that he wished to discuss something. The elder asked him to go ahead. Adre explained that honestly, Jude Ster's side suggested forming an alliance during the competition. Specifically, this was a request from her sponsor, the Duchy of Riverdale, rather than a suggestion from Jude Ster herself. The Archbishop said that Miss Ster was a good candidate, and believed the suggestion was worth considering. Adre agreed, noting that it would first be better to increase the possibility of Miss Everall being selected and then competing with Miss Esther was being considered. The Archbishop noted that it seemed the duchy had no desire to confront the Marquis, a fellow competitor, while Adri thought that in fact his side was the first to suggest the alliance. The next step was to involve the royal family. The second prince said there was no reason to refuse. If a saint came from their country, the nation's status would rise exponentially. He planned to have a discussion with his father, and Adri thanked him for his favor. Thinking as expected, he did not refuse the request, knowing that nothing good would come from continuing an uncomfortable relationship. With that, he announced he would leave, but the prince asked if he knew that the Marquisette's daughter and Count Acres had disappeared, which greatly surprised the boy. He explained that because of this, the heir prince's side was thrown into chaos. He asked for clarification, confirming that the prince was referring to the Marquisette's daughter, Michelle, the eccentric one, and Count Acres, the second-tier aura master after Marquis Effrint. He had assumed they would be aligned with the heir prince. The second prince explained that the news apparently hadn't reached him, which was understandable as he himself had received the report only about an hour earlier. The boy, shocked, wondered what had happened and forced a smile, congratulating His Highness, saying it was not great news. The prince confirmed that it was indeed true. While thinking it was terrible timing right before the saint competition, the boy didn't understand the full significance. He immediately went to the first prince to ask what had happened. The prince said that judging by his expression, Lucas must have already informed him of the situation. He explained that the Marquisettes and Count Acres were cousins on the maternal side, essentially like brothers and very close. The boy noted that as nobles they shared similar political tendencies, but the prince added that Count Acres cared for Miss Michelle as if she were his own daughter, and had volunteered to be her personal bodyguard when he saw she would be traveling alone. The boy wondered why a second-tier aura master would need a guard. He then asked if the problem had occurred during their journey after reaching the destination. The prince confirmed. The issue was that their destination was a tense area bordering the Brigand Empire, where war could break out at any moment. The boy wondered why anyone would travel to such a dangerous place and who had instigated the reckless plan. The prince admitted he didn't know, but Michelle was a huge fan of Archduke Lucas. She had impulsively planned the trip after discovering the destination was in the Prios Republic, which surprised the boy even more. He realized that it was essentially his fault. He had inadvertently set off the chain of events. Meanwhile, in another location, Adrien was preparing to meet the second prince. She was instructed to stay out of the matter and not get involved. She sat sadly, eating, and kept hoping that Sir Adrien would return soon. The prince explained that he had first requested the extradition of the two individuals through diplomatic channels, and had secretly mobilized special forces along with the National Intelligence Service. Adrien considered that the ideal scenario would be for the matter to resolve itself, but the likelihood was low and diplomatic problems might be inevitable. He was willing to risk such losses for the sake of the two individuals as he could not directly intervene. Adrien told the prince that he would personally go. The prince asked, "What do you mean?" Adrien explained that he was probably the best candidate to rescue them. He would move secretly, concealing his identity, and requested precautions to ensure his identity remained hidden. The prince was visibly surprised. The boy thought he should not look at him like that, knowing it was all his fault. The heir prince said he would send the last known locations of the missing individuals and narrow down the areas where they could be, leaving the rest to Adrien. Adrien confirmed, noting that it would essentially be an involuntary illegal migration. Suddenly the scene shifted to the two of them running from an attack. The assault came dangerously close to Michelle, but her uncle intervened and saved her. As he approached her, the verdict for her death was already decided. Michelle apologized to her uncle, but he instructed her to look at the small perimeter on the left side of the siege. Once he gave the signal, she was to run in that direction without looking back. He explained that if she ran approximately 300 meters, she would be able to use her Hokochation ability. She asked what about him, but he assured her she could escape without him. Though he was gravely injured, he thought it might truly be the end. To his shock, the vanguard's head was destroyed right in front of him. Looking back, he asked what they were doing there. Meanwhile, in the air fortress of Icarus, using invisible magic, the boy reflected that, thinking carefully, he had provided. Logically speaking, it made sense that they had arrived at the Republic of Prius in such a state. She was truly reckless. Dursa then said it had been discovered, and he asked, "What do you mean it's already been discovered?" She confirmed that it was true. When he said that, perhaps things would resolve more easily than he expected, they activated teleportation and were suddenly above the two of them, observing the chaos below. Adrien noticed that the vanguard units of the Republic and other forces were engaging, yet simultaneously helping them escape. The force assisting them was the Revolutionary Armada of the Republic of Prius. He then asked what Adrien intended to do. Adrien replied that they would join the fight. Both of them moved swiftly. Adrien activated a fire jetta, incinerating several vanguards, and then, wielding his sword, finished off a few more with precise strikes. After landing, they faced Michelle and her uncle, explaining that they had come to escort them and asking them to return. They activated restoration, healing her uncle. Michelle stared at him, trying to recognize him, but Adrien knew her vision was sharp and instructed her to stay quiet. Understanding, she complied happily and stayed silent. He told her they now needed to return, asking if everything was truly over, feeling relieved that it had been resolved so quickly. To their surprise, someone approached and asked what was happening. The man apologized but added that he had something to ask the young lady. He asked if she had accessed the meeting of Lois Farmont, shocking the boy, who wondered how she had done it. The man questioned if the meeting was real. She explained that judging by its format, it seemed plausible. However, upon a quick glance, the content was far more inappropriate than she had expected. The man said there was a small chance it could be real, but it was more likely fake. The commander speculated it might be a false meeting created by the original discoverer, which once again surprised Adrien, who considered whether he should eliminate everyone. At that moment he cancelled his powers, thinking that doing so without knowing the strength of the revolutionary army or who was behind them would be dangerous. Since no one knew he had discovered this, it was better to remain silent for now. The man pointed out that because she had approached the meeting, she couldn't have physically infiltrated the president's palace. She explained that she had accessed him online, believing the meeting took place in a virtual world, not the real world. By accessing Li's 4-month terminal, she confirmed he frequently accessed a certain domain, which she assumed was the entry point to the meeting. Adrien thought, as expected of her, she was not ordinary and had investigated thoroughly. Had she not discovered it first, she would have become the owner of the meeting. The man remarked that she truly had a unique talent, only accessing 4-month terminal. Adrien interrupted, noting that the pursuit team would arrive soon, so they needed to conclude and escort these people. The man asked them to wait, saying he had not finished and that his commander had invited the two of them. Now in the Republic of Prius, at the northern glacier, he met with his commander. Adrien observed that the guards were all Lara masters. The man from earlier explained he was a citizen of Hebrews, visiting the northern glacier for the first time. The boy realized this man was Israel Oscar Prius, the Marquis Mage of the 7th Circle, a 27-year-old human, former prince of the Prius royal family, and commander of the Revolutionary Armada. He expressed surprise, noting that the aurora seen at the northern glacier was a rainbow aurora. Truly remarkable. The boy admired his talents. They were all tall and his attribute was justice conspirator. Israel Oscar Prius said it was a pleasure to meet them, and that they would never forget his kindness. The man asked if it was proper to act like a human, and Adrien thought it was clear he had ulterior motives. Israel remarked that he had known the recently prominent Marquis Lawrence in the Conda clan. The boy laughed and the man apologized for surprising them. For the record, Marquis Lawrence and he followed each other on social media. One of the girls asked if it was true that Marquis Lawrence was awake, but Michelle told him to be quiet. At that moment they removed their masks and faced everyone. Michelle asked if it was truly necessary, and Adrien asked the man how he discovered this. The man, a young man with long hair, said it was a secret they had exchanged. The boy realized that Israel Oscar Prius was indeed a clever man, surprising everyone. The man, suspicious, asked how he knew him. Anderson said it was a secret shared between them, and they simply stared at each other. The commander then asked them to remain calm, explaining that it had been purely intuition that led him to know both, a duo consisting of an archmage and an aura master. It was merely a guess based on their youthful voices. Adrien thought he had been foolish to fall for it. The man then asked how he had discovered their identities. Adrien explained that he had been interested in the Republic of Prius and its revolutionary army for a long time. Ken admitted he could not gauge the depth of his insight and noted that he was certainly someone one would not want as an enemy. He then asked the young lady, Otis, if she had copied the research materials of the Archduke she accessed, which greatly surprised her. Adrien considered that copying research materials was indeed plausible. If she had only investigated the meeting superficially, it would have been naive. Even if the meeting was fake, its value could not be ignored. The man asked that if she had not been foolish, she should share a portion of the research materials. Of course, they would provide appropriate compensation, which left her quite startled. She explained that the meeting could only be obtained step by step. She could not acquire the full meeting that Louise Farman had. Most of the information he had accessed had already been commercially distributed. There were some problems, but she asked what he meant. He explained that it would have been better if they could have obtained equipment designs for the current superior generation, but they had no other choice, as even they didn't have access to them. What he wanted were materials to research the vanguard forces, and he considered the information basic, even within the industry. He thought he had indeed discovered something significant. Seeing her nervous, he considered it natural, as her actions could potentially start a war. She explained that Marquis Lawrence had revealed his identity, being a descendant of his former royal lineage. He thought they understood how much blood had been shed in the disputes with nobles, until the royal family established a republican political system in the country. Adra thought that the democratization of the Republic of Prius had been achieved in a very strange way, in his opinion as an outsider, and that the Prius royal family had initially advanced toward a republic. The last king, though remarkable, had forgotten something crucial. He had created a democratic country for the people, but it was not a democracy earned by the populace. It was a literally unilateral democracy. The current president, Katro Farum, had, according to him, established a public illusion of governance, turning the country into a dictatorship worse than feudal states. The prince noted that the future His Majesty the last king had envisioned did not unfold as planned. Dedri explained that he decided to correct the error as a descendant of the royal family. He said they would inform the people of the Republic of Hebrews, introducing a fair system and properly establishing the foundations of the country. Adra thought it still seemed like a long road ahead, but it might be better than the current regime. He told Michelle that they seemed to have plans to establish an agreement. She apologized, saying it was a huge decision to make alone. The prince understood her concern and assured her that he would take the lead to protect her. Adra thought that if the situation continued, it could easily turn into a transaction resembling extortion combined with threats. He wondered if he, a citizen of the Korean Republic, could help her. He stepped forward and asked whether, if it didn't matter, the deal could involve Archduke Lucas, since he didn't make agreements with him. This surprised everyone, as it suggested he could simultaneously open a path with a new business partner while infiltrating the country. The prince noted that what they wanted was a Vanguard Force equipment project. Adra explained that he could produce and sell Vanguard Force equipment at any moment. The man asked what that meant. Adra confirmed he already had a design for Force equipment, shocking everyone. The prince smiled, remarking that he was truly a man beyond common sense. Adra thanked him for his favorable evaluation. The man asked about its performance, which further shocked the two. Adra assured him it would not fall behind the equipment provided by his kingdom. The man acknowledged that the Vanguard Force equipment of the Kingdom of Herat was of exceptional quality. Adra revealed it was just a communication device for the Force and asked him to wait. He demonstrated the design and the man remarked that it was unique. Performance might matter, but appearance was also important. He confirmed that the quality was excellent but questioned why Adra would reveal secrets to help them. To everyone's surprise, Adrian said it was because he liked them, which shocked many. The prince laughed, admitting he never imagined it would attract the Marquis's interest. An unexpected gain. Adrian said they only needed to pay a fair price. Michelle's uncle asked if it was safe to transact technology under royal approval, which was extremely favorable. Adrian noted that it would be resolved if everyone kept their mouths shut, surprising Velo. He explained that having exchanged secrets, everyone must behave, and the identities of those treated as rebels by the government. The young lady of Condiotes who handled the treasure would remain safe even if suddenly attacked by the Brigand Empire. Their illegal dealings were intertwined in a massive secret. Michelle was very happy realizing they were now in a relationship built on sharing secrets. Adrien confirmed this, and she promised to keep her secret well guarded. Adrien thought that honestly it didn't matter. Even if discovered, he could fabricate a story later. He then asked if they were ready to discuss the transaction further. At the palace of the first prince, he noted he hadn't seen them in a long time. He had heard they returned from the Republic of Prius, the place where the user of destiny appeared, a region where war could erupt at any moment. It was one of the most dangerous areas due to rebel activity. They had gone there alone, without any vanguard, showing great responsibility. At a moment when the world was tense and the battle for the throne was heating up, the uncle and his niece visited the dangerous area and returned safely after an attack, thanks to the Marquis Adrien. Nervously, they apologized for the trouble. The prince told them they must behave in the future. An elder then asked the crown prince a question. If Marquis Lawrence and Clen were not on the second prince's side, what could they be doing there? Everyone realized this man was completely foolish. The prince explained that they were in fact on his side. Michelle told her uncle, calling him an idiot, that it meant they were pretending to be on the second prince's side to create a scandal. He should have realized this the moment they were rescued. The question remained whether it was really so. Tugdera thought this man was utterly. He's crazy. He can only be this stupid because the only thing he thinks about is swinging a sword. But he looks at Michelle and she winks at him, clearly excited. Archer said he thought it would be better to kill her now. However, Detri stood up and said they would leave. Her uncle asked Marquis Laris and Countess Klein not to act rashly and to stay for some tea with them, but the butler interrupted, calling out to His Highness saying it seemed he hadn't seen the news. The Brigand Empire had declared war on the Republic of Prius. In the era of magic, on November 10, 2019, the Brigand Empire officially declared the start of the war. Meanwhile, the people of the Republic of Prius strongly criticized the Brigand Empire for initiating it. They appealed to the public in neighboring countries for legitimacy over the meeting led by Archduke Louis Farmont. Conflicts regarding Archduke Lucas's meeting were intensifying. The prince asked how he thought the war would progress. Adra said the odds of victory were 6-4. The prince naturally assumed 6 would be for the Brigand Empire and 4 for Prius. Adra explained that because of the Brigand Empire's evasive maneuvers, Prius faced difficulties having to cross the ocean and enter enemy territory. The prince noted that Prius's defensive position would give them an advantage in the end. Adra agreed, but added that if the enemy was the Brigand Empire, Prius would face a tough fight. Even the King of Hade couldn't intervene in this war for now. They could only wait for the conflict to unfold without further fatalities. As a bonus, this situation provided an opportunity for the Revolutionary Army, which had battlefield experience, to take advantage of the chaos and potentially remove the current corrupt regime. Michelle just stared at Adra, who asked if she understood his point. Her uncle asked if he had made this decision knowing all these factors. Adra thought the old man was interpreting everything incorrectly, and didn't care that he might be misunderstood, wondering how he could say such a thing in front of the first prince. The prince asked what he meant by that. Adrien then interrupted to explain that they had used the power of the Republic of Prius's revolutionary army during the rescue of the two, which surprised the prince. Adra added that they would need some local intelligence networks, which he happened to have connections with. The prince asked what kind of connection that was. Adrien explained that their leader and he followed each other on social media. The prince said that was truly interesting. The young man explained that because of this, they needed to spend some money, though he was surprised at their high level of capability. The prince remarked that in a way, the Revolutionary Army might use this situation as an opportunity. Adra said that for now it seemed they would not publicly declare anything about the war. Laurenio agreed silently and said the meeting was concluded. Count Akers and Lady Haute were instructed to remain silent regarding Marquis Lawrence and Countess Clay, as they were the most valuable cards for the future battle for the throne. They acknowledged this. The prince added that, especially with the deacons, he hoped no one would be found in the palace or the information would certainly be exposed. Adra thought it was a suitable precaution. Michelle asked if she should stay as well, and the prince said he would feel relieved if she did. She agreed, saying she could stay without problem. She added that by staying she might see Marquis Lawrence and Countess Clay more frequently, winking at him again. However, next to him someone was burning with rage.